Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. And okay, there's Harry Butt joining us now, so I know we're live. So this is a very special stream. It's only my sixth photo editing stream. I'll be right back, everybody. Just gotta clean my glasses. I'll be right back. Everybody, okay, everybody, I'm back. Ashley, welcome in. How are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, I haven't started editing yet. I had to clean my glasses. Yeah, so how's their day going? Uh, as I was mentioning before, I had to clean my glasses. This is a very special stream. It's just my sixth photo editing stream. Now, so a lot of you will know I went to a classic car show last weekend, and I was just taking pictures, and also I happened to look at the count on the camera. I started realizing, hey, wait a minute, there's enough for a photo editing stream here. So, so yeah, I ended up just holding off on editing them because yeah, I wanted to be able to do it on stream because it's been such a long time since I have done a photo editing stream. Last time was in February when I was doing the Globe Festival pictures. Now with this one, because of how many pictures I took, I don't know if I'll get through all of them. I'll get through as many as I can, but I don't think I'll get through all of them today. All right, so with this classic car show, it was held last Saturday. It was held at a place called Stanley Park in Calgary, and it was a European classic car show. And I mean, there were a lot of cool cars over there. So you'll see decent, definitely a good number of classic cars as we're editing. And yesterday, I went to a street hockey tournament. It was in this area called Marda Loop, and I ended up getting so many photos that there might very well be a photo editing stream of those photos as well. So you'll be able to see some hockey photos on stream being edited as well. Okay, Ashley, I appreciate the lurk. Hope your day is going well. So yeah, there will be definitely another second photo editing stream coming up in the next while of the street hockey photos, so you'll be able to see some hockey action. So before we get to why we're all here, I know you're not here to hear me talk the whole all this time. You're here to see some photos being edited, especially the classic cars. So before we before I move on with the editing, um, I'll just get through some follows that have happened since the end of last stream and before today's stream. Before I started today's stream, let's see. So we have who was it? Velocity Entertainment, Jessica Hall, Miss Kitty Cat, and Chris Rogue. Thank you all for the follows. Since the end of Friday's stream, I really appreciate it. Hopefully, we'll be able to come by sometime and we can chat. So now let's get on with the photos here. Now today, because there isn't as much sky showing up, you'll probably see me a lot more in On1 Photo Raw than DxO Photo Lab. But I still have DxO Photo Lab open just in case if we need just in case if we need to do any editing and in that program, especially with the removal of the removal of the chromatic aberration. And Mr. Chan, thank you for the host. I really appreciate it. Hope your day is going well. And yeah, and you haven't missed anything. I'm just starting with the editing. Now, this is the first photo that I took. I just wanted to take a picture of the sign to kind of just show that these signs were also there. And what I'm doing right now is I'm just checking to make sure there's no major fringing here. Okay, it doesn't look like there is. So, and in case you're wondering how I quickly zoomed out to the original size of the picture, all I did was just do a Command 0 on the MacBook here. If you're on Windows, I believe it would be Control 0 because there is no Command key. So yeah, on Mac, there is a Control key, but the Control key is something totally different. I've never been able to figure out what it is, but the equivalent of the Windows Control key on a Mac is Command. So I didn't see any fringing here, but we will have to do some We will have to do some work on this thing. So we'll increase the exposure a little bit. Get a little bit. Well, don't really need too much contrast. Probably want to turn down those highlights a bit, a little bit for the midtones. Okay, a little extra of the shadows. Better turn down the whites a little bit. Definitely want to try and get some extra structure here. Haze. So yeah, we don't really have to do anything here with haze. So just a little bit there, not too much. We don't really have to do too much with the saturation or the vibrance. So definitely this one. I want it to be in daylight. Yeah, it was a bright sunny day. So in case you see some really harsh sunlight, this event was held during the daytime, not in the evening. So that's why there's such a bright. Yeah, it was a nice bright sunny day. There was a wind over there last Saturday, but yeah, it was really nice. But when you're holding it outside during the daytime, you definitely want it to be warm and sunny out. Need to do anything with that? No, we don't. So we'll just go to the effects here, and this is where On1 Photo Raw is a lot different compared to DxO Photo Lab, because you can put in all these effects as filters. Only thing we would probably need to do is a little bit of dynamic contrast. Yeah. It's a little, we don't really need too much here. We don't, we can actually turn that down a little bit. Actually turn it down here. Let's turn down that contrast. Oh, that'll make it a little too blurry, so yeah, that's what we want, and I think we'll do, I think that's it. Well, we just, actually, no, I don't think any transforming needs to be done here. Yeah, so I don't think any transforming needs to be done. That's actually pretty straight. We don't have to do any perspective editing here. It's called, yeah, that looks pretty straight actually, so we'll just export that. And here's another thing. Okay, now this I'll have to, a little bit of, and this is another part where on one photo raw is different than DxO Photo Lab. It's where when you're trying to export your um images. Yeah, you can adjust the photo size, put in a watermark if you want. Gallery wrap. I don't know. I've never used that one, so I don't know what that one does. Tiling, I don't know what that is, but sharpening, yeah, you can do. Just you have to change the location and all that. So here's here's the first photo that's finished. Not too much had to be done to it. All right, so now we get onto the car. So now we start with the cards, and here's the first card that I saw there. Um, I don't know which one this is. I know it's a BMW though. I don't know exactly which one this is, but I do know this is a BMW. Um, Let me just see. Sure, there's no fringing there. And that's very important to make sure of all the time. To make sure, it might be a little bit, not too much. So the first thing we will do is a lens correction. Want to do a manual one. We don't want to do distortion or fall off. We do want to get rid of a bit of the purple fringing. Some of that green fringing. Might have wanted to. Actually, that does look like that was enough anyway. Alright, so now we can start doing some editing here. Alright, so, actually, the first thing we might want to do is, a bit of a leveling. Oh, no. Oh, we don't want to do that. Oh, nope, that's not what we want. Oh, we want to... Yeah, this is what we want to do. We want to... Wait to maybe do it like that. Yeah, there is. This is how we want to do it, yep. So we just want to straighten out this photo a little bit. Yep, like that. Okay, and so we want to do a crop now. Oh, you could have, you know what? I got an idea. Okay, we have to do like that. Oh, yeah, we want to do a transform here, and then, so, okay, here we go. This is how we can get it straightened out a little bit, like that. Neat. Hold on, let me just reset that and just make sure I get it right. That, like that here. And there we go. That looks a little, maybe a little more. Yeah, there we go. That's what we want. So we'll apply that crop. Yeah, that's why I did that, because that way I didn't have to worry about doing it manually and actually cutting off a big chunk of the car. Alright, so now we can go and start to do a little editing here and increase exposure there. A little extra contrast. The highlights. No, we don't want to darken the highlights. We want to, well, we don't want to darken that bottom part, but we do want to do that. So we'll do some midtones there. Some shadows there. Okay, and you can see, like, when shooting raw, you can see how much detail there is here. The last time I went to a... Oh, let's just decrease that exposure a little bit now, so it's not too bright. Maybe increase a little bit. The last time I went to a classic car show was in Penticton a number of years ago, and that time I was shooting JPEG, and I like the one of the photos I got was of a guy with his car. He was just doing some adjustments. Like, hey, can I get a picture of you with your car? And he was like, oh, great. And he was telling somebody, boy, I've been asked to, I've never been asked to have a picture with my car. And like when I was shooting JPEG, like this bottom part, there was a lot of oh, there was a lot of, well, color pixels, if you will. So it took a long time to remove those and actually have it turn into grass, and at the time it didn't strike me, but as it started taking more pictures, especially when there was like shadows like that, and those little colored dots would show up all the time. That's why I started realizing this is why JPEG shooting might not be a good idea, because you get all these little colored pixels then there, and then you have to go in there manually with Affinity Photo, which I have, or Photoshop, which a lot of people have, or an equivalent. Pixelmator is another one, and manually adjust the color so that way you get rid of those colored pixels and actually turn the grass green or turn the shadows to the color they're supposed to be. And as you can see, when we zoom in, the grass is actually green, so there aren't any other colors in there. So yeah, that's another reason why you want to. That's another reason why shooting raw is a very good idea. Um, but I always say shoot JPEG before you shoot RAW because you see why you actually understand the differences. Ooh, maybe I should crop a little more so that way a little more of looks a little straighter. Yeah, yeah, that looks good. So we'll apply that there. Okay. Well, that's why, yeah, I'll say, like, yeah, you should shoot RAW, but should first shoot your pictures in JPEG to understand what happens when you're trying to edit them, so in that way, when you're shooting RAW, you can see, oh, okay, this is what happens when you shoot JPEG, this is what happens when you shoot RAW. Okay, so let's see those, let's darken the whites a little bit, and, yeah, definitely not too much with the blacks there. We don't want them too bright, we want this part to show here. Um, Yeah, we get a little bit of structure there. Let's do a little bit with the haze there now. Let's adjust that. Hey, Noel! How are you doing? Yeah, thanks for coming in. I saw that you had gotten my DM before I started. Yeah, this is just, yeah, you haven't missed too much. Like I'm just editing. This is the first car. The other picture I edited was a sign that showed BMW. Yeah, so I don't know which car this is. I know it's a BMW though. You can see from the logo here. But how's your day going, Noel? I'm doing good. Yeah, my day is going well so far. I got enough sleep last night, so when I woke up this morning, it's like, okay, I'll do the photoing stream today, not tomorrow. So yeah, definitely getting enough sleep is giving me the energy to be able to do this stream here. Yeah, definitely getting enough sleep gives you the energy to be able to do the stream here. So, hey, we don't really need to oversaturate this. All right, and are there any? Yeah, definitely sleep is important. Well, maybe we can add a few effects to this. Well, yeah, just one. Yeah, just the dynamic contrast, so that way we can add a little extra detail. Okay, and yeah, because if we, oh, well, we can actually make it very crunchy if we want. Don't really have to make it too crunchy, but there it is. There's the first card there. Are there really any other effects I need to add here? Don't really need to do a color enhancement. Yeah, I don't really have to do any other enhancements. So yeah, we can do an export here and move on to the next card. Right, so but it doesn't matter whether it's on1 Photo Raw you're using or Exo Photo Lab. It can be yeah, sometimes exporting can take a little while. Okay, here's the third photo, and I believe that was the card to the right of the red card that you saw there. Um, sometimes when you're shooting in harsh sunlight, this is something that can happen. Let's see the info. Yeah. So sometimes when you're shooting in harsh sunlight, this can happen. Sometimes when you're taking photos, where it ends up darker than usual, even if you don't have. Oh, I forget what it was called. Yeah, it's been a while since I've used it, but anyway, I forget what it was called. But there was this mode where it is supposed to darken everything, but sometimes it ends up too dark, and this is uh, sometimes what you have to do when yeah. Yeah. So yeah, sometimes when it's harsh sunlight and especially with these brighter colors, it can really darken the images like that. Hold on, let's just reset that and try and straighten this out. Okay, so we'll apply that. Now we'll have to definitely do something with the exposure a little bit. Oh, there we go, and that with the exposure. A little extra contrast there. Oh, we want to definitely we want to turn down those highlights. Look at that detail coming out now that I'm bringing it all out, and you can see now a lot of the car is there with the whites because we want to see as much detail of the car as possible. Now, and here is the blacks, and again, here's why you want to shoot raw. You see these shadows, and also you see over here, how you can see all the detail. If you were shooting JPEG, there would be all these different colored pixels there, and yeah, that wouldn't look as good. Okay, so we don't need to do any fringing there. So we'll do a little extra structure. Uh, don't need all the haze. We'll just turn down that haze a little bit like that, and then do daylight. But you see, you get all this extra detail when you shoot raw there, and you don't have to worry about all these colored pixels showing up. As I mentioned, like there were other cars at that Penticton Classic Car Show, and like I said, this was when I was shooting in JPEG, and anytime the picture ended up that dark, and I was trying to increase the exposure so it would actually show up properly, all this area would show a lot of different colored pixels, and so there would be a lot of editing. So in that way, first of all, we actually could match the color of the car, and also the grass would actually be green and not all these other colors in the shadows. Okay, so we can add a little extra saturation here, and a little extra vibrance here. Okay, so yeah, we don't really need too many effects here, because again, with cars, you don't really have to go too heavy on it. Here we can add a little extra detail here, a little extra detail here, a little extra here, and we don't have to. Wait, let's see that tone enhancement first. What's clarity do? Wow, it really enhances the car. Yeah, so we can add some clarity here, and right, so and we got a nice, a nice looking car here. And hold on, before I export this, let's cancel that. As you can see, there's a car in the background here with its hood up. There were some cars that I couldn't get a picture of because their hoods were up, and yeah, it didn't exactly. Uh, yeah, it wouldn't have looked nice. But yeah, some of the cars did have their hoods up, probably because either people wanted to check out the engines or the car owners wanted the people to see what was in the engine. Because sometimes they do re that they do the or they do refining of the car. They do um, changes or they do changes to the car, and one of the changes would be in the engines there. So yeah, there were like there could if there weren't so many if there weren't all those cars with their hoods up, I would have been able to get even more photos than what I was able to get. All right, and yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. These a lot of these cars were cool, and here's another red car, as you can see here. Yeah, yeah, it's another BMW. I have no idea. Uh, like I have no idea what the actual names of these cars are. I just know, they're BMWs or Mercedes or stuff like that. So, but yeah, it was very cool. So yeah, here we're gonna have to increase the exposure a bit. Okay, have to increase the exposure a bit, do a little bit of extra contrast. Yeah, we'll want to turn down those highlights and the midtones. Yep, definitely we'll want to increase those midtones. Then shadows. Okay, that it, what's this? I don't know what that's called there, but yeah, that's something I didn't see. Is that a light leak or whatever it's called there? I don't know. And we'll turn on the whites here, and then turn on the blacks a little bit here, so that way don't have it too bright. But so we'll add a little extra structure here, right, and then turn down the haze a little bit. Do daylight there, right, and then extra saturation here, extra vibrance there. I don't think they'll be able to do anything given, yeah. Alright, so anyway, we'll add some extra detail here through the dynamic contrast. Let's do that. And yeah, okay, so we'll add some extra clarity here. So now we know what it does. Now, if we go all the way up, you can see how it makes it look super crunchy like that. Right, so that should be good there. Right, now we move on to the next one. Yeah, so if we have a film strip, okay, so we go to the next photo here, and here's another car here, and this one, as you can see, is purple in color. As you can see, it's purple in color. We'll increase the exposure a little bit there. And do a little extra contrast. Turn down the highlights so in that way it doesn't take away from the color there. Ooh, I want to do a little bit of cropping as well. Straighten it out like that. Okay, so we'll apply that there. Okay. Now here's a little increase the midtones, a little increase those shadows. All right, and then the whites will definitely want to. We don't want to do that because yeah, we don't want that to take away from there. Okay, so that much there. Now, okay, so turn on the blacks just a tad, not too much, because you still want to see the whole car there. And add a little extra structure there. Turn on the haze a little bit more. I'll do daylight, and there's a saturation there. A little extra vibrance, not too much there. Alright, so now we'll go and add a little extra dynamic contrast here. Right, and so add a little extra detail to this. Yeah, we don't really have to do anything with the tone here. It's already pretty good, and so we'll do the tone enhancer. Yeah, we don't have to do too much. Wait, what? let's see what happens when we. Okay, that makes it that okay. We do some extra detail here. Add a little extra clarity there. As you can see, we're playing around with some of these sliders as we go through it. But yeah, as you can see, that's each of these sliders always ends up having a different effect on there. And yeah, we don't have any sunsets. Oh yeah, definitely the color is really nice. Yeah, 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 especially with these colored cars. Yeah, the color popping from the hoods and the bodies. Yeah, it looks really nice there. Right, and then oh, now I mentioned that there was a GT racer there at the classic car show, like what you see in the Le Mans series. Here it is. Here's that GT racer that was there at the classic car show. Um, as you can see, some of it is in the sunshine and a lot of it is under the tent, but yeah, still, yeah, yeah, it was such a cool thing to see there. Yeah, this GT racer was such a cool thing, and yeah, that is definitely really cool. Let's just see what it looks like. Okay, so we'll see. We'll increase exposure just a bit, contrast a little bit, turn down the highlights to try and get that blue to pop. Yeah, yeah, it was so cool to see this GT racer. As soon as I saw it, I said, "Oh, I have to get a picture of that. That is really cool." And like when I first saw there was a crowd, so I decided to just take the pictures of the other cars that you just saw. And then when I saw that there was less of a crowd, I immediately went there and got this picture here. Like this was definitely a really cool thing to see here. Okay, no, that'll turn it completely white, and we don't want that because it was a blue color. And down the blacks a little bit. But yeah, definitely seeing that GT race radio was so cool because you only see them in the like whenever it's they have on the highlights shows the Le Mans races sometimes, and to actually see one of these GT racers in person, yeah, that was a really cool thing. So I'll add a little extra structure there. And turn down the... Oh yeah, there we go. That's more like it. Turn on the haze. I can truly see the bright blue of this GT racer there. Now this... Hey, let's use shade, and yeah, because it was partly in the shade, but yeah, this is definitely one of the cool things that we got to see, or that I got to see there. Yeah, that GT... I don't know, yeah, I didn't really get a chance to talk to anybody who brought that car there. But yeah, that I would have asked, has that ever been racing a Le Mans race? Oh yeah, that is definitely that is definitely a nice looking car there. Uh, yeah, definitely whoever brought this car. Okay, it looks like I need to remove a little bit of the fringing here, so we'll do that. There's some of the purple there, the green there. Right now, let's see if we can get rid of all the... Oh yeah, there we go. We got rid of the green pretty easily. The purple was a little tougher, but there we go. We got rid of the purple fringing now. Alright, and yeah. And there, yeah, you can definitely see, yeah, you can definitely see how that would draw a crowd, because how often do you get to see a GT racer, like a Le Mans Series racer actually anywhere in person, except for a racetrack, if there is one in your city. Yeah, Calgary used to have a racetrack called Race City Speedway, but a number of years ago was closed down. I don't know what it was turned into. Could have been turned into a landfill or some other, but it was definitely not a. But it's there is no racetrack anymore in Calgary, unfortunately. uh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. This you can see why this would draw a crowd, just because it's such a cool looking car there. I'll add a little extra detail there. and add some clarity. And there it is. There's the last thing we need to do with this. Jerry Tool Sucker, hey, welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you for coming. How's your day going? Well, with the contrast, I'm adding clarity and detail. In terms of the contrast, um, let's see the detail. Oh, the tone. Oh, oh. Almost turned down. Well, my day is going well. Yeah, I don't didn't really add a ton of contrast to it, as you can see. It's more the clarity and the detail that I've added, and in terms of the dynamic contrast here, it's more for this is more to add some structure to the image, because yeah, one thing that I found out in On1 Photo Raw is when you adjust the dynamic contrast, it actually makes the image either more crunchy or less crunchy. So to add extra detail with these this dynamic contrast here, yeah, so it's to just to make it pop a little more. And my day is going well. Yeah, I got enough sleep last night, so I was able to do this stream here. Uh, as soon as I woke up, it's like I have a lot of energy. I got a good night's sleep. We'll do the photo editing stream today. And I just added some extra detail and clarity to really make it pop. Alright, so we'll export that image. Uh, but yeah, definitely this GT Racer was a really cool thing to see there. Oh, and I don't know if that's my shadow there as I was taking the image, but yeah, that could yeah, but that but where the sun was shining, yeah, definitely that could happen. And here's the next car. Oh, this car. Yeah, this is one of the. Okay, Don, or okay, Noel. Thank you for the hydrate. Right, so this is a vintage race car. There was a group of people you can see back there who were part of this vintage race car. Yeah, who were part of this vintage race car club, and yeah, I talked to this guy here, and he was talking about how yeah, all these cars they used to race them at Race City, and yeah, now they make sure they keep maintaining the cars. There was as you can see from that wheel over there, that's actually one of the old one of the old was it IndyCar or Formula One race cars that you would only see in those classic movies, and it was really nice seeing that one. Unfortunately, the picture, I did get a picture of it, but unfortunately it didn't turn out okay, so yeah, you won't be able to see the picture of it, but he told me about the history as well, about how these cars are actually now entry-level race cars for Formula One, and I don't know if they do that with IndyCar. I think that might be kart to go-kart racing, that kind of thing for the IndyCar, but for Formula One, this is like the lowest level, and then they move up from the race car over here. But this one is a vintage race car here. Well, let me just all right, we got that there. Okay, we just straightened that out. But yeah, this is a vintage race car. We just see. Not sure which type it is. I don't know if he mentioned which brand it was, but this is another one of those race cars. And I remember, and he saw me just taking the photo of this guy, and so he started talking to me about these about how he and the his race club guys used to race at Race City Speedway when it was still open. Right, so don't really need too much exposure there. Oh, the wheel to the right and the car to the left. Oh, I was actually what I was trying to do was just straighten it and see what happens here. Right. And we'll apply there. Yeah, I was just trying to straighten it there. Okay, there we go. And now, alright, so anyway, their shadows still show up, but yeah, that's there's not much. Well, I could crop it a little more. Let's see if I can crop out that shadow there. Right, there it is. And anyway, you can see there's another on the background, but we can't really crop it out, and that was there anyway. But yeah, anyway, so now what we can do is just add a little contrast there. Then yeah. Oh, do that with the highlights. Okay, yeah, you can do that with the highlights, so in that way that kind of gets taken out of whatever writing was on there. We'll add the midtones there. Add some shadows there. Now the whites turn down a little bit. The blacks we'll do like that. Right, and then we'll add a little extra structure here. Now the haze a little bit. And now we'll do daylight here, and that will help a little more. And then add a little extra saturation there. Add a little extra vibrance here. Hold on, let me just check to see if there's... Let's see if we can get rid of some of the fringing here. Sure. Let's see, was there any fringing? Well, maybe a little bit of the green. Yeah. And get rid of the purple fringing a little, wherever we can get. That. And that there. And now we'll have we'll do a little extra of that of the dynamic contrast, and this is what happens when you go all the way. As you can see, it adds extra detail. So yeah, that's why I did the dynamic contrast. So now, obviously, we don't want it at 100 because yeah, it looks super crunchy there, and it's not quite what you want. So we'll do like that, and that, and then like that here, and add a little extra detail to it with this tone enhancer here. Add a little, add some clarity, like that, and then and you'll see the next picture. Another thing that the guy showed me as he was talking to me. He was talking to me about hold on. Let's go to the next image here. And he was talking to me. Yeah, I don't know if you're able to see this yet before I put in the edits, but I don't know if you're able to see it before I put in the edits. But there's this. This is another thing that he was showing me that like inside the lining, there's a stitching of a car here, of a race car, that he really wanted to show me. He actually opened the door and wanted me to and asked me to take a picture of that, and it was so cool that I did. But yeah, this was a really cool thing here to see here. So let's increase the exposure, and as you can see, there's that stitching of the card there. Add a little extra, not too much. We don't want it to. We don't want it to be. We don't want it to be too dark. So we'll increase the midtones there. A little bit of the shadows there. Oh, okay. This one. Yeah. Turn on the whites there. Okay, so and now as you can see more of that of the stitching there of the car there. And as you can see, there's more stitching here. Right, so let's see if we can. Definitely, we want to add a lot more structure there. Um, we want that to show. And this we could do the shade like that, and yeah. So yeah, definitely this was something that was really cool to see in the and this type of stitching was really cool to see in the car there in the car door there because you rarely if ever see that kind of stitching being done in any car. Usually just the standard stitching. So see a custom car stitching that was really nice to see. And we don't really have to do any extra detail here because we can already see the stitching there. So we can just export that and move on to the next one there. But yeah, this is definitely something that was something you wouldn't ever get to see uh, unless it was at a classic car show there. Um, and here's the next car here. Uh, and yeah, I think this is another one of the vintage race cars. Oh, a Volvo, okay. Yeah, I think this is another one of those vintage race cars that was there. Yeah, you can see the vintage race car people over there. So yeah, this is another one of the vintage race cars there. And we'll straighten that out. All right, and yeah, it's really cool to see these vintage race cars in person. Because yeah, usually these ones you only see in the movies, and yeah, they rarely, if ever, show you or they rarely, if ever, have behind the scenes footage in the old movies. There, even with the DVDs, I don't think they have it. We'll increase the exposure a little bit there, the contrast a little bit. Yeah, yeah, this is a really nice looking one, and yeah, like I said, in the movies they don't even have a behind the scenes. Uh, uh, yeah, no, well, definitely, yeah, they don't usually have the behind the scenes stuff to kind of take you under the hood of these cars or take it with the tour. So, being able to see these in person at these classic car shows are really nice. Yeah, so we'll definitely want to reduce the highlights there. Eh, yeah, this definitely we're gonna have to reduce the midtones. So I'm gonna shadows a little bit and turn on the whites there. Yeah, turn on the blacks a little bit there. Um, extra structured there, and turn on the haze a little bit, not too much. All right, and then if you want, like, I'll just before I choose daylight. Here's some of the effects of some of these other types of what is it? White balance adjustments here. You already know about cloudy and shade and daylight. This is what tungsten looks like. Fluorescent, flash. So yeah, they have a lot of different types of white balance adjustments there. All right, so here's the saturation, and there's the vibrance here, and yeah, we'll add some dynamic contrast to it to add a little extra detail to it. And then we'll do a little tone enhancement there. I'd add a little extra detail. Add some clarity. All right. And we'll export that. Alright, so we'll go to the next car and oh yeah, this one the reason why it's a little more zoomed out like that is because I wanted to get in the shot also the trophy here. Yeah, because even like with the hood down there, okay, fine, but because this also had a trophy here included with it, yeah, I really wanted to get the trophy here. So yeah, it's a pretty wide angle shot here with the trophy like that. Oh, okay, so there was some fringing there, and okay, so we'll do that. The fringing here. Remove a lot of the fringing here. Make sure that get rid of all of it. Yeah, does look like we got rid of the fringing there. All right, and we'll go here. Okay, so this one, I'll just go back. Hold on, let me just go back to the other one. Make sure that there wasn't any fringing there either. Because I just remembered that, and we have to, we'll delete the other one there, and oh, wrong one. There. Let me just see if there was any. Yeah, there was a little fringing there, so yeah, we were that. We have some remove all that fringing there, and now so we'll have to re-export that. And this is what I like about these sliders here. It makes it a lot easier because, yeah, before when I was using this Skyloom software, it would have just a checkbox, and in theory, it was supposed to be automatic. But yeah, in reality, I'll just get rid of this one. In reality, it was not that great. There would still be a whole lot of fringing, and hey, how come that shows up like that? Hold on, let me just check something here. Why did that do that? Hold on. I'll have to head back and see what happened there. That shouldn't have happened there. Hold on. Ooh, why that happened? Shouldn't have happened. Hey, let's just see what happened here. Why that put up like that? Otherwise, I'll have to go back. I'll have to go back later and see what's going on there. Let's check to make sure because that car. Oh, there. I don't know what happened there. A good thing I did that. Then just check that. Okay. Anyway, I think the fringing should have. Yep. Anyway, as you can see, like there was also, as you can see, this helmet here, and yeah, there were a couple of, there were a few things. So it's all, and it was all related to this car. So yeah, I wanted to get everything here, and that's why it's so much like that. Just to make sure. Okay, I don't know why that car showed up like that, but anyway, so what we'll do is yeah, this car, as you can see, its hood was removed, and yeah, there's the engine here, and yeah, that's what an engine looks like in the some of these vintage race cars there, and yeah, must have won some awards for something. Otherwise, I wouldn't have that table beside it. Yeah, this is a really cool car here. Add a little, add some contrast there, and okay, do that, and then we'll add some mid-tones. Add some shadows there. We'll do the whites here. The blacks will have to turn down as well, and then yeah, a little extra structure there, and then some. So we'll want to turn on the haze there. And now here's the daylight. And so this is what happens when it's fully saturated, and yeah, you can see that's fully saturated there. But yeah, we don't need that much saturation. That much is okay, and that much is okay there. Yeah, so we'll add the dynamic contrast here. We don't have to have it that heavy because it's already pretty detailed there. And add extra detail here. And yeah, so we'll add some clarity here, and that's what it looks like there. So we'll export. You have to love it when when you're on stream and all of a sudden, why did that picture get exported properly? Why was it a completely blank screen like that? So, but as you can see, editing is a lot different in On1 Photo Raw compared to DxO Photolab there. Oh, I didn't notice that a little bit of the sky showed up. Right, so anyway, move on to the next one there. But yeah, as you can see, editing in On1 Photo Raw is a lot different than DxO Photolab there. Alright, let's just check to make sure there's no fringing here. Right, and yeah, so sure that's fringing or not, but I do know up there is, so we'll just get rid of that fringing here. Especially the green fringing here. Get rid of that, and it does look like we got rid of it. Alright, now we do, excuse me, and now we do some, wait, first we'll, get rid of, or not get rid of anything, but first we'll just, do some straightening there, and yeah, there it is. And, so, as I mentioned at the beginning of stream, there will be more in On1 Photo Raw. The show fringe, yeah, I don't know if I've ever heard of it actually, Noel. I don't know if I've ever actually heard of that. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, I'm guessing it's on Amazon or Netflix. Because, yeah, you don't see a lot of these shows on TV anymore. They're usually on the streaming there. Alright, so it looks like all the fringing is gone from there. So now let's get some adjustments here. So we'll do that. Add some contrast here. I want to turn down those highlights a bit, or a lot. Okay, so there's some midtones there. And shadows. I'll turn on the whites there. And, okay, we'll turn on the blacks a little bit. And as you can see, again, there aren't those colored pixels down there. It's all grass. So, yeah, that helps out a lot. Yeah, so that's what shooting in RAW does. Yeah, that's what shooting in RAW does. It allows you to keep all the details there. Alright, so we'll add a little extra structure there. I want to turn on the increase the haze. It does that, but we'll turn down the haze here like that. We don't want to turn it down all the way. Do a light here. Add some saturation. Now, in case you're wondering what happens when you turn up the vibrance all the way, that's what it does. Yeah, really colors it nice. Really colors it there. Um, yeah, so yeah, we want to actually turn down the or turn up the vibrance a little bit there, but not too much. Yeah. And as you can see, there, like if you've been to my other photo editing streams where I've mostly been doing the editing in the Excel Photo Lab, you notice that there's a lot of differences with on one photo raw because it already has a lot of these filters built in that I would have to send off from the Excel Photo Lab into Nik Collection, and also with the chromatic aberration removal, this one uses sliders and it doesn't use what is it? It doesn't like do it automatically. Um, oh, well, I'll just be right back. Gotta get the cap for my water bottle here. Okay, got it. All right, so I just because the cap for my water bottle fell underneath. Oh, it's on HBO Max. Yeah, I don't think we get that in Canada. Oh, okay. Oh, some. Now that does sound like a very interesting show there. That with all the yeah, the red. Yeah, definitely these red cards are really nice looking there. Okay, so we do that. That we can turn down the medium here, and then we do that here. Then we do the tone enhancer here. Got some extra detail to it. Extra clarity. Yeah, we don't need it all the way up. Well, that's what it looks like there. Uh, it does sound like an interesting show, but unfortunately we don't get HBO Max in Canada, so I wouldn't be able to see what it's like. Alright, so we got... now let's make sure that everything exports properly. Okay, so now we go to the next car here. Yeah, that was a BMW. And here's a BMW sign right there. I think that was right in front of that car there. So yeah, and I just saw it, and it's like, okay, I'll take a picture of it. Yeah, sometimes it's really nice to see these signs just like that there. Uh, all right, so we don't have to do too much to this. Let's turn up the exposure a little bit. We don't really have to do too much contrast there. We can do that. Let's roll the midtones. Yeah, because it's just the side, we don't have to do too much. Yeah, that will definitely have to turn that down a little bit. Otherwise, the BMW might not show up. So do that. Yeah, we'll do that to the structure and the haze. Okay, we'll do the daylight. The daylight. A daylight white balance adjustment, and you don't have to really do too much saturation or vibrance here. I think we don't really have to do too much to it here. Okay, so now we can move on to the next car then. Right, and now we do... Oh, this is a Land Rover. There are actually two Land Rovers. The first one, unfortunately, yeah, with the way that, with how big it was, yeah, there were like lights at the top here, and some of the car was hidden there, and it just didn't look good. Oh, well, you can see in the picture here, there's the other, I think that's the other Land Rover, the yellow one there. Yeah, but I mean, it was, these were huge cars, and yeah, it was a very tough thing to try and get them into the frame there. It was tough getting both in the frame, and unfortunately with this one, yeah, we couldn't do it. I couldn't get the whole thing in the frame. See what happens with the transform. That okay. So yeah, I think that's good for the transform there, just to make it a little more straight and showing up a little more like that. Okay, wait. Well, let me just see. Oh, okay. So we're gonna have to do some more cropping then if we, in order to get that to show up properly. So a little more cropping here. All right, there we go. And yeah, so it's a little more straight like that. But yeah, these Land Rovers, they were huge cars. Yeah, they were kind of like what are they? The Hummer cars. Okay, so yeah, definitely exposure is gonna work here, not too much. A little bit of contrast, not too much, but the highlights we can turn down a little bit. Yes, the midtones. Shadows, we're really gonna have to pump them up a bit so you can actually see the front of the car, as you can see. And yeah, yeah, these are probably very intimidating cars. So I want to turn down the whites a little bit. Really want to do too much. We want to see the front of the car, a little bit of the wheels, but yeah, as you can see, these Land Rovers are huge. And when I saw this, like, whoa, these look like Hummers, even though they're Land Rovers. So we'll add a little extra structure here. I want to turn down the haze a bit. Okay, so we'll do some daylight there for the. There's gonna be well, basically it is gonna be mostly daylight for the white balance adjustment there, just because of the fact that it was in the daytime. Okay, so add some saturation, add some vibrance. Yeah, we'll probably want to. Oh, not the transform. I had never seen a Land Rover in person before. Yeah, so definitely we're going to want to get rid of that purple fringing here as much as we can. Probably some green as well, green fringing. Yeah, I hadn't seen a Land Rover before until I went to this car show. And yeah, that was just amazing. That was just so amazing to see. Like, these are huge cars. Okay, so that there. Right, and it looks like everything is okay there. But yeah, these are, yeah, if you see them in person, like, these were just huge cars. Like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they used these cars as, like those caution cars on the racetracks at one point, just because of how big they are there. Do that, and then do that. Then okay, so then we'll add a little extra detail there. Don't need it to be fully. We don't need full clarity there, and yeah. So that'll be it for that photo. But yeah, these were like huge cars. I can imagine if they what they look like on the roads, especially the highways. It also kind of reminds me of that Canyonero on Simpsons. Remember when Krusty became a stand-up comedian? All right, so here's a which not sure which brand that is, but and then at the end there he ends up becoming the spokesman for the Canyonero. That's what also those Land Rovers reminded me of. Yep, yep, that's pretty much right, Noel. Okay. Oh, a Porsche. Okay, so here's some Porsche cars that I saw. This is the first one, a yellow Porsche. It was right in front of the food truck there. Yeah, so let's check. Yeah. Yep, that's how it was with the Canyonero. Um, Yeah, this is a Porsche, and I'd never seen a Porsche in person before until I went to this classic car show, and yeah, these Porsche cars look pretty interesting here. Definitely not fringing there, because it would be disappearing. Okay. Okay, so we'll do that, and now we'll do some exposure adjustments here. Then contrast there. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, some of these cars look like another thing, and then you see the symbol on the front, and it's like, oh, okay. But definitely, I hadn't seen a Porsche in person before until I went to this car show here, and so we'll do that with the midtones. We'll do that with the shadows. Okay, we'll turn on the whites here. Okay, so I'll turn on the blacks there as well. But yeah, definitely it was a lot different seeing all these cars here. Like the like with the BM, I think I've seen a BMW before. One of my uncles drives a Mercedes. Yeah, Porsche I've never seen one, and yeah, so that was cool to see all these different cars here. Um, Add some extra structure here. I want to turn on the haze, right, and then do that with the white balance there. All right, and then do this with the saturation. Not, yeah, we don't have to put too much saturation vibrance because yeah, they were already pretty nice. Already were very nicely saturated, but just to add a little extra pop to the color, and then a little extra detail here. Okay, and then that and there. Now has the tone a little bit and detail a little bit, and then add a little extra clarity. All right, and yeah, we'll then export that and move on to the next one. Okay. Well, Noel, I don't know if you know this, but yesterday I actually went to a street hockey tournament in this area called Martle Loop, and I ended up with so many pictures there that there's a possibility of a photo editing stream of the street hockey tournament pictures I took. So yeah, it's possible that I end up you'll get to see some street hockey action as I'm editing the photos. I got some pictures of some street hockey. Yeah, 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 it was so fun going to that street hockey tournament. I mean, yeah, it was so much fun going to that street hockey tournament. Yeah, and I will tell you this that in one of the games there's this one guy who acted like an enforcer on a pro team. Like he was basically trying to get guys into fights. That he was almost successful. If the ref wasn't there, there would have been a fight in one of those games. And then there was another game where the ball it flew so far away from the rink, it landed in somebody's plants. Like, yeah, yeah. I had my water, and I wasn't. I didn't really need to worry about having any pop. And I don't think they were selling corn dogs over there. Yeah, definitely they get heated, and then also the ball flew and landed in somebody's plants. Yeah, like there's some apartments along that road, and one of the apartments there, yeah, ball in the plant. So whoever has one of those plants, they're gonna get a surprise when they get to the or when they go to check their plants there. Right, so here's another one of the Porsches. Yeah, it's this white car here. And is that an Audi? I don't know. That looks like the Audi symbol, but yeah, definitely. Regardless, this is another nice looking car that was there. You know what? We better little transform there and little horizontal. Yeah, that could happen. That could be what ends up happening there. They end up pruning and yeah, they go and see a ball. There's like, where did the? Well, there was a street hockey tournament, but I didn't expect it to fly all the way over here. All right, and the one that I did the adjustment on. I better just check to make sure that it's okay from the bottom there. Okay, gotta make sure of that. Right, so we'll crop that, and then oh, and then we'll crop that. Okay, so let's make sure that that's adjusted a little bit. Let's do a little cropping here. Okay, I think that should be okay. Yep, definitely that's okay now. And yeah, so I don't know if that's an Audi or a Porsche, but anyway, I had to do that little adjustment there because somehow yeah, it needed to be a little I needed to be a little bit of a horizontal perspective editing there. Anyway, so now we can get to exposure a bit there. Then a little extra contrast here. Some definitely we'll want to do like that with the highlights. We'll do that with the midtones. Definitely the shadows because okay, well, if we do that, it's going to be a little that. So let's see. Okay, so the whites we'll do with that, and then blacks. That with the blacks there. Not too much there. Anyway, let's add a little extra structure here. And I don't know, we want to do that with the haze. We don't want to do any custom because yeah, sometimes I end up not getting it right. But a little extra saturation here, a little extra vibrance there, right? And we'll just check to see if there's any fringing around here. Oh, well, I don't know if it's in there. We'll check. We need to do anything here. Oh yeah. Okay, so we'll have to do something here. Do a little bit of the green fringing there, and okay. So some effects there. Yeah, we don't have to do a ton anyway. The dynamic contrast there. Okay, Noel. Uh, yeah, I understand. Yeah, I'll have to. I know I'll have to take a lunch break at some point today. So we'll add that here. We'll add that here, and we'll do that, and we'll add some extra detail here. Right, and then yeah, so add some extra detail here, and then add some extra clarity there. Right, and then okay, so yeah, I think that'll work. Right, so now we'll export that. All right, so now we can move on to the next car here. Okay, so which one is this? I don't know which brand of car this is, but oh, an Aston Martin. Okay, Aston Martin. I'm trying to. Yeah, Johnny English for sure used an Aston Martin. Yeah, I don't know if James Bond used an Aston Martin either. I'm not really sure of that. Yeah, that looks good. But yeah, this is like what you would see in like those spy movies. Like at least the British spy movies. I think that's more as a British card there. So yeah, I think yeah, that would be. So I think that would be what it was. But yeah, I do remember that Johnny English was using an Aston Martin, and yeah, definitely. If you watch Johnny English, that's a very funny movie. I would definitely recommend it. I have the DVD of the first one. Yeah, my brother, I believe, has the DVD of the second one, and yeah, I'm sure you can find the third one somewhere. But yeah, definitely, it's really kind of cool to see these things that you that are using like the spy movies, at least the British spy movies. Seeing it in person like this. So yeah, we don't have to really do too much with the exposure there. A little extra contrast there, right? So no, we want to turn down the highlights here, and no, we want to raise the midtones a little bit. Okay, raise the shadows a little bit. Whites we'll do a little bit there. No, let's turn down the blacks a little bit. Okay, a little extra structure there, and get rid of some of that haze. All right, and then we wanted it at daylight here. um, didn't see any fringing or chromatic aberration there, so we'll do the dynamic contrast to add a little extra detail there, and we'll do that. Right, and then we'll add a little extra detail to it, not too much. Looks good, and add some clarity to it. And then we'll export the photo here. All right, so now, yeah, yep, yeah, the chromatic aberration, the purple and green fringing there, that sometimes shows up in these photos. Okay, here's another car here, and oh, this is another Aston Martin, I think. I don't know if I ever saw that in any of the spy movies, but being able to see these cars is really, being able to see these cars is really cool. Cause oh, this is what a Morgan 8. Okay, so it's a Morgan 8. I don't know what that is. Um, too interested in. Okay, so it's a Morgan 8. I don't know what a Morgan 8 is. I don't know if that's an Aston Martin car or not, but we want to apply that. But yeah, it sure looks like an Aston Martin logo though. But yeah, seeing these but this was another cool car because it was one of those tiny convertibles like you see in the classic movies. Yeah, I don't know if they were in the British ones or the American ones, but yeah, I do remember seeing something like this in the movies, in those classic movies before. Yeah, and some of these cars, yeah, it's so cool because it's like I'll never see one in person, and then you go to a classic car show, it's like, hey, I've seen something like this in the movies before. We'll turn down the whites there, down the blacks a little bit. But as you can see, these are also lower cars, so yeah, for a tall guy like me, yeah, uh, yeah, it would be a little lower trying to get in there. Um, kind of like trying to get into a Toyota, like I drive a Nissan X-Trail, and then suppose you try and get into a Toyota Corolla, it's a huge difference because of how low you have to sit. Right, and now we go and add a little extra saturation there. Oh yeah, a little extra structure there. And turn on the haze. But this time we don't have to do it too much, just a little bit. Yes, we'll add some dynamic contrast there to add the detail. Okay, do that. I'll do that. Oh, okay. Okay, Noel, yeah. Yeah, for us tall guys, yeah. It can be interesting, especially going from a car where you're a little higher to one where you have to really bend down. Alright, so, yeah, that's a good amount of detail to add, and then do a little extra enhancement to the detail. That. A little extra clarity like that. Okay. And then also try to take photos, like you take these photos of these cars that are a more, a little more level, if you will, and then all of a sudden you see a car that's super. Oh, a Nissan Versa. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that's a lower car compared to an X-Trail. But yeah, and also with some of these cars, with some of these cars, like you see them either a little higher or a little wider, and then also you get these tiny cars and trying to get the angle right. It was a bit of a challenge. So this is a Triumph GT6. Okay, yeah. This we don't really have to do too much with it. I don't think there's much detail we can get out of this one. Okay, so just that with the highlights, that with the midtones. A little bit of that with the shadows, the whites, and the blacks. A little extra detail. Want to get rid of some of the haze there. Oh, on the other side, it looks like it says Volkswagen if you read it from right to left. So I guess these were some Volkswagen cars. We'll do daylight. We don't really have to do any saturation. Okay, and we don't really have to add any vibrance to this thing, so yeah, we'll leave that alone. Alright, so let's just make sure that everything exported okay. After that blank image, I have to make sure. Okay, so now we can move on to... Are these the Volkswagens? Let's see what that is. As you can see from some of the pictures, you can see that there are these clouds of people around some of the cars. This is what, a Spitfire 1500, okay. Was that a Volkswagen? I'm not sure. Or if that was a GT racer. But yeah, whatever it was, this is one of the things I was talking about. Like, where I saw some cars that were a little higher, and then a low car here. So yeah, trying to get the angle right to get the picture. Sometimes was a little bit of a challenge as well. Once you go from a slightly higher car to something that is low like that. Okay, so don't really have to do too much with the exposure there. Do that. Okay, now we have that with the highlights, and then the midtones we that a little bit. We'll do a little bit of that with the shadows. I don't know how much. Okay, so we'll do that with the blacks there. Add a little extra structure here. And yeah, we wanted to turn down the haze. Yeah, it's kind of amazing that you can still get a little of the haze inside these pictures, even though like you're at a parking or standing right in front of something. But sometimes removing the haze actually helps enhance the color even more there. All right, so we have the daylight. Is it the daylight white balance filter there? White balance adjustment, and then we can add a little extra saturation there. Then add a little extra vibrance here. Right, we don't have to do too much. Then yeah, add a little extra detail to this thing. Okay. Add a little extra detail. That. Yep. And then we can add a little extra detail here with the tone enhancement. And that. A little extra clarity here. Yeah, like that. So now we can export this. And in case there's anybody who's who just came into the stream, I'll show you what the GT Racer, like you see in the Le Mans series, looks like. Oh, oh, yeah, that sounds like a good lunch, Noel. Yeah, so for those of you who have just come into the stream, I'll just show you the GT Racer that you see like in the Le Mans series. This is what it looked like. Yeah, this was a really nice, cool looking car. Yeah, it was so great to see. And this actually drew quite the crowd. This GT Racer here. So so yeah, and it's obvious why it would have drawn a crowd, just because you only see it on the sports highlights there of the Le Mans series, and to see one in person, oh, it was so great to see there, that GT Racer. All right, so okay, here's the next one, and this looks like it was a Mercedes. This does look like it was a Mercedes, so. Yeah, this is a Mercedes, one of the classic Mercedes cars here. Uh, as I mentioned, one of my uncles has a Mercedes, so I have seen Mercedes before. Nothing that looks like this. Yeah, this was so cool to look at. Trying to increase the exposure a bit without taking away too much of the silver and blue there. Turn down the highlights a bit. Up the midtones a little bit. Okay, the shadows a little more. Right, and then we turn up, as you can see, that's what it does if we turn up the whites. We have to turn down the whites so that way it's not too shiny, and then turn on those blacks to enhance the shadows a little bit. A little extra structure to this thing. We'll turn on the haze a bit more. White balance to daylight, and now you're starting to see this classic Mercedes really pop there. Okay. That might have been somebody just standing there. Possibly me when I was taking the photo, but anyway, we'll add a little extra saturation there. We'll add a little extra vibrance there, and we'll check for any fringing. Might have been a little bit. We'll see if done. Oh yeah, if something was able to be done about that. Okay. Alright, so, and it just shows you how bright or how they really shine these the front grills and all that, because you can see the reflections in there. Okay, so we'll add a little extra detail to it. Oh, we don't want any film grain. We're not looking for film grain there. Right, and then we'll add a little extra detail there. Then a little extra detail there. And we'll do a tone enhancement, add a little extra detail that way. Yes, yeah, we don't want it to be too much into clarity. There it is, and yeah. Okay, so now we'll export that. Alright, so now we'll go to the next one here. This car, I know it's a Mercedes. That's all I know, that this car is a Mercedes. So yeah, you see there's the Mercedes logo. I don't know exactly which type of Mercedes, unfortunately. I don't know what it is, which type of Mercedes. I just know it's a Mercedes. Alright, and so now here, here's another one of the cars there. There's another one of the cars there. That was at the car show. What was that? A Mini. A Mini what? I don't know. Maybe a Mini Mercedes. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll just straighten out the spy movie. Yeah, this one definitely screams spy movie. Um, Definitely this one. Oh, a Mini Cooper. Okay, okay. Yeah, Mini Coopers are common in spy movies, aren't they? So yeah. Uh, yeah, definitely. This was probably used in a spy movie. Well, maybe not this exact car, but something like it. Um, yeah, it looks like. Oh, yeah, the top looks like it was starting to be opened up, or they opened it up. Well, it makes sense that they would open up the top because, yeah, with 23 or 24 degrees Celsius, yeah, those cars could get a little hot. Yeah, like yesterday when I got back to my car after taking the photos at that street hockey tournament, it was a little hot inside the car, so you had to keep the door open for a little bit to allow some of the breeze to get in there to cool it off. So yeah, definitely you would want to, or definitely if you can keep the car cool, you should definitely do what you can. So add a little extra contrast there, and we don't really can't really do too much with the highlights. So do that with the midtones, a little bit of that with the shadows. Whites, we'll do that. And that with the blacks, okay, and now a little extra structured there. Turn down the haze a little bit. White balance will do daylight there. Right now, add a little extra saturation, a little extra balance, or not balance, add a little extra vibrance there. Then let's just check now. Nope, that's just how it is. Okay, because of the way the sun's shining off of it. Okay, and we'll add a little extra detail to it. Yeah, we could go all the way, but yeah, I won't do that. And we'll do that with the medium, large. We'll do a little bit there. Enhance it a bit more by adding a little extra detail there, a little extra clarity there. Right, and then we'll export that, and we'll export that. It's gonna make sure that everything's exporting okay. Because yeah, after that blank picture, I don't know how that happened. Okay, and it looks like here's a Mini Cooper that shows off the engine. This looks like a blue Mini Cooper where it shows off the engine there. So this one I was able to get a better. There was enough room to be able to take the picture at an angle, so I could get more of the car here, especially on the side. So exposure just a little bit. If I can get that engine. Okay, we don't need too much contrast because yeah, that's gonna gonna hide this thing here. Okay, so there's the midtones. There's the shadows here. And there's that engine there. Oh, thanks, Noel. And there's the engine there now. And that's the engine that this particular person used. So we'll turn on those whites. Turn on the blacks a little bit. We'll add a little extra detail here. Haze a little bit. That daylight, because yeah, like I said, there will be a lot of the daylight white balance just because it was a bright sunny day there. And there's a saturation of vibrance. Um, okay, maybe we'll have to do something with the fringing here. Definitely we're gonna have to. There. Green fringing there. Okay. do that. We'll add a little extra detail here. Okay, like that. And do a little extra detail and a little extra clarity there. Right, there we go. And now can move on to the next one there. I got that one on the right. I'll have to see. Right, and now just gotta make sure to export it properly. Yeah, because all right now, okay, I didn't get the one on the right, I guess, but this one, which one is it? Let's see which one this is. This is another Mini Cooper. Okay, so this is a different type of Mini Cooper. Another one that you would probably see in a spy movie there. And yeah, this one will have to increase the angle a bit, or not increase the angle a bit, but increase the exposure a bit, contrast a bit. Okay, turn on the highlights a bit. Yeah, this is definitely a lower car compared to the other Mini Coopers that the other two Mini Coopers that we saw. Yeah, yeah, definitely it would be it would be really tough to. It would be really interesting when you're trying to sit in it. I will turn on those shadows there, and turn on the whites as much as we can, and turn on the blacks a little bit. And then a little. Yeah, it definitely was low. Trying to take pictures of some of these cars. It was a challenge when you're, like I said, when you're having something that's a little higher up, and then also try to get something that's at a lower angle. That's a lot lower, so try to adjust the angle of it. Okay, so there's the structure. Yeah, we'll turn down the haze a bit. Ooh. Or maybe we could turn it down. Oh, yeah, we'll turn it down a lot, in fact. Add some daylight white balance. A little extra saturation. A little extra vibrance there. Okay, and then a little dynamic contrast there. Add some extra details. Okay, and we'll do that. And then we'll do a little tone enhancement. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, it was a bit of a challenge. Sometimes it was a little bit of a challenge. Make sure you didn't bump into these cars like that. Alright, so there's some extra detail there. And some clarity. Okay, now we can export that. We'll export that. Okay, so now we can move on to the next picture here, and wait, which one is that? An Aston Martin? I have to check what this is. Wait, what is that? Oh, an Austin Healey 3000. Okay, so that's an Austin Healey 3000 here. Uh, yeah, so yeah, it looks like a two-seat convertible there, and yeah, this is another one of those low cars where the angle was a bit of a challenge at times. And as I was talking about with the hoods open and the lack of room to be able to stand to be able to get the proper pictures, yeah, there's some of the cars that I couldn't get it. I don't know if I was able to get a picture of those or not, but wouldn't be surprised if I wasn't able to just because of the hoods being up and then the angles. Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to stand it in such an angle in order to get that. But yeah, this was it an Austin Healey. Yeah, this is another one of those low cars. But yeah, it was really cool seeing some of these convertibles. And this, I have a feeling like I've seen a car like this before. Yeah. Well, maybe not quite like that, just because, I mean, they still were pretty long, these cars here, but yeah, definitely, yeah, this type of car, I feel like I've seen something like this in, some of the, movies, especially the older movies that they had on, Turner Classic Movies and, um, on History Channel and Movie Time and all that. These Austin Healey's. That looks like definitely a car that they would have in the movies. Right. So we'll increase the exposure a bit. Oh, 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 okay. Austin Healey is a Bond car. Okay. Oh, we got a raid. SWE Corps, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Chills Matt, hi. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. For those of you who don't know who I am, I'm Ashad Mukalam. I'm an author and photographer from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. I play sports, simulation, and strategy games. Adventure games of interest to me, Mario and Sonic games. I sometimes do chatting streams, and sometimes I do photo editing streams. And speaking of photo editing streams, this is a special stream you just raided into. And it's only my 6th photo editing stream. I went to a classic car show last weekend, and I'm editing the photos on stream here. So welcome in, everybody. And yeah, SW, and thank you again for the raid. How was PUBG Mobile? And how did your stream go? And yeah, this is definitely a nice looking car. Yeah, it's an Austin Healey, as Noel just said. Yeah, it's a car that you would probably see. Well, that's good that you had fun. But yeah, I've seen a couple of people play that game, and yeah, dying a lot in that game definitely happens. Alright, and also heard somebody follow, so I'll just address that. Yeah, there's a lot of cool looking cars. Oh, you know what? I'll let all the raiders. You know what, raiders? I'll show you another cool car that I saw there, and this is the. And I've mentioned this before, but this is the GT Racer that you that was there. You've seen if you've seen the Le Mans series on the sports highlights. This is the type of car that they race. It's also in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Uh, yeah, this was definitely a really nice looking car. This car definitely drew a huge crowd, and yeah, it was so nice to see. And thank you for the follow as well, SW Core. I really appreciate it. Uh, okay, so we'll go back to the Austin Healey there. Was that it? Yeah, that was the one. What kind of changes did I make to it? Oh, just the exposure there. Okay. Okay, so, oh, yeah, it's definitely hot over here too. 26 degrees Celsius outside right now. Yeah, it was really hot also yesterday, and I'd gone to a street hockey tournament yesterday to get some photos. So yeah, it was yeah, it was a pretty hot one there as well, and they actually had a booth there with they had oh yeah, we had a lot of rain last night too. Oh, Ashley, hey, thank you for still being here. I really appreciate it. Yeah, did you see the picture of the GT Racer? I can show it right now before I continue on with this picture here. Yeah, here's the GT Racer that you see in the yeah, here's the GT Racer like what you see in the Le Mans series. Yeah, such a cool looking car there. Yeah, such a cool looking car there. Yeah, I mean, this one drew such a crowd. I had to actually wait a bit before, so now there were a few, or there were less people there. Well, I really appreciate you lurking, though, Ashley, and thank you. I really appreciate you enjoying the pictures here. All right, so we'll go to the Austin Healy there. All right, and now we'll do that with the contrast there, and then we'll yeah, we're gonna turn down those highlights. One thing that was very difficult here was getting the focus right on the cars because sometimes it would just be solid colors. So the like especially when you're using autofocus mode, because you just have because of the number of cars, you can't just go manual focus and all that. So you have to in a way do click and go, and sometimes the autofocus will have a little trouble finding something. But a little adjustment with where I was pointing the lens or the camera, and it would catch the yeah, it would finally be able to catch the focus, right? And we'll do that with the midtones. So yeah, we'll do a little bit with the shadows because it was already pretty nicely shown, and we'll do that with the whites. Okay, we'll do that with the blacks there. We'll turn it down a little bit. Oh yeah, we wanted to do a little extra structure here. Okay, and we'll turn down the haze a little bit, and now you can see and even the red really pop out now already. Okay, so we'll do the daylight white balance there. We'll add a little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance there. Well, let me just check to see if there's any fringing before we move on. Let's just doesn't look like there's any fringing on this one, so we'll move on to just adding a little extra detail here to really make it pop out. And okay, and we'll okay, that's good for the detail, and then we'll add a little extra tone here, or I'll add a little extra detail this way through the tone enhancer. Okay, add that, add some clarity. If we go all the way, it'll look a little too much, but if we do that, it'll look really nice here. All right, and now we can go to the next car here. Yeah, everybody who's here, yeah, I mentioned the street hockey photos, so yeah, yeah, there's so many of those photos that yeah, there should be a stream coming up at some point of the street hockey photos as well. Okay, and all right, so here's another one of the cars there. As you can see, the hood hasn't been popped up all the way, so you can see a little bit of the engine. I'm not sure which car this is. We will have to wait. Hold on. How do I? Oh, we want to do view. Okay. Yeah, it's been a while since I've used mostly this software. Yeah, it's definitely a nice looking car. Okay, so we'll do a transformation there. Okay. Well, that didn't do anything. Okay, so I'll just do that and just let's do the crop here. Well, that's something cool. I really appreciate the lurk, and thank you again for the rate and the follow. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I hope the rest of your day goes well. All right, so we'll actually we don't need to straighten it out, do we? No, we don't need to straighten it out even. All right, so we just had to make sure that those enhancements didn't need to be done. Yeah, we'll just do a little bit of increasing the exposure. A little extra contrast there, not too much. Okay, we'll do a little bit with the highlights there. Okay, a little bit with the midtones, not too much. Shadows, just a little bit. As you can see, now the engine, whatever it was that's showing now there. Right, we'll do some whites here, and we'll turn on the blacks a little bit there, a little extra structure there. Want to turn on the haze, and it's always amazing how you still have to turn on the haze a little bit, even when you're right in front of the like an object or something like that. But I guess sometimes atmospheric haze will show up even up close like that with some of these posts. So a little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance there. Um, right, so we'll do some, we'll add a little extra detail here. This dynamic contrast, right, and we'll add a little extra detail and some clarity through this tone enhancer here. Right, and okay, we'll do that, and we'll move on to the next car. All right, now we'll go to the next car here, and yeah, this is a Mercedes. It's a brown Mercedes, as you can see. You know what, everybody? I've had quite a bit of water. I'll just be right back before I get to editing this photo. I'll have to go to the washroom. Hey everybody, I'm back. And here's a Mercedes, and as you can see, it's a little higher up compared to some of the lower cars that we've seen. Let's see if there's any fringing. Well, yeah, there is some, so we'll do some of that. So we'll just, or I should say, we'll just remove it. Okay, and that looks like it's removed there. Right, and as I was saying about the street hockey tournament, something I forgot to mention was, yeah, they actually had a booth where they had some, what is it, containers or little fountains or whatever of Gatorade, so you could fill up your bottles with Gatorade. So yeah, that's the first time I've actually seen that instead of like water stations, where yeah for free you could just fill it up with Gatorade instead. All right, so we don't have to really increase the exposure too much. All right, so and do that with the contrast there. Okay, we'll do that with the highlights. Okay, and then the midtones here. Okay, you'll have to turn down the shadows, actually. That's one of the few times I've actually had to turn down the shadows, because usually it's a little dark, and so I have to increase the shadows, but a few times I've actually had to turn down the shadows, so we'll turn on those blacks as well. Got a little extra structured there. And you might have noticed this on the hoods of some of the cars, but whatever trees there were, they actually reflected very nicely off these cars. So, yeah, you can tell that the owners of these cars probably really did a lot of using of car wax or buffing or whatever it is actually you do to make it so reflective like that. So we'll do A little bit of that and a little bit of that. Okay, and now we'll add a little extra detail here, the dynamic contrast. Not too much of do that, and do that, and then we'll do the tone enhancer here, and a little extra detail here, some clarity, and yeah, we can move on to the next car here. Right, and yeah, I better make sure that it's not, yeah, after that one image somehow ended up exporting as a blank image, you kind of have to make sure, yeah. Now this one, yeah, this one, this car, well, I don't know if it's an Audi or not, but, right, what I do know is with this car, the reason why it's at that angle instead of straight on is just because, yeah, the way it was set up, there was no way I could have gotten it straight on, so, yeah, I had to take the picture at an angle like this. Right, so we'll just do that with the exposure here. Then do that with the contrast and the highlights. See how we can turn it down, increase the midtones a bit, the shadows a bit. And then do that with the whites there, and the blacks will turn down there. Add a little extra structure like that. Turn on the haze. The white balance we do with daylight there. Add a little extra saturation. A little extra vibrance here. Hold on, let me just... Yes, let's see if we need to... Anything there? Yeah, okay, I see a little bit of fringing there, so do that with the fringing. Or the green fringing, but hey, well, what do you know? That got rid of that. Alright. Now we'll move on to here. And add a little detail enhancement here. And we'll do that there. Okay, so now we'll do some extra detail enhancement here. And some clarity. Don't have to go too high with that. And alright. Right, so we can then move on to the next car and see what kind of a car it is. Here's the next car. You know what? I look at that. That kind of, you know that guy, a picture of the guy I was talking about from the Penticton Car Show a number of years back, and I'd talked about how I was shooting in JPEG at the time. This car kind of reminds me of that guy's car. It kind of does. It might have been a little different, but still, yeah, this one kind of reminds me of that guy's car. And so, yeah, which manufacturer? I'm not sure which symbol that one is, though. Yeah. Anyway, we better just check to make sure there's no fringing here. Okay. Doesn't look like there is. It doesn't look like there's any fringing around here. Well, maybe a little bit of green. Alright, so we did that with the green fringing there. And now we'll do that. Okay, so can't really do that with the exposure. We'll have to use. Okay, so don't want to do too much with the contrast there because it'll make it too dark. The highlights we'll do like that, and then it's the midtones and the shadows. Okay, so we'll turn. Oh, okay, so that's what. Okay, so we'll have to do that with the whites a little bit, and then the blacks we're gonna have to turn down a little bit. Right, so we'll do a bit of structure here. And okay, do that a little bit with the haze. Okay, and then we'll add, oh yeah, we want this to be daylight white balance there. And do saturation there. A little bit of vibrance there. Yeah, I think. Oh, 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 we don't want to add a layer. Yeah, so well, there you go. If you, yeah, well, there you go. As you can see, there are layers in on one photo raw. I haven't used them because I have no idea how to use them. Because they don't work the way that they do in, say, um, uh, Aurora HDR. I think I've done it before on stream, and other Skyloom software off stream I've done it. Also, you can use layers obviously in Affinity Photo and Photoshop. This one I don't know how it works actually. Right, so we'll do that with the details. So in that way, pop a little more. Then we'll pop the details a little more here. And add a little extra clarity. Okay. Okay, so we'll export that. Okay, so it'll get, so now it's exported. Let me just make sure that, okay, good, because there was a blank photo. Okay, here's another car, and some of that ended up being a little darker than I thought it would turn out, but yeah, this has to do with the aperture. Sometimes when it, let's see what the info shows. F9, yeah. So with the aperture, sometimes what that is like when there's a lens. If it's like um, it depends on how much light is allowed in. So yeah, with this, especially in harsh sunlight, sometimes it can end up a little darker than you would like, and then of course that's why you edit the photos to properly get the detail out, and that's why you shoot in RAW, so that way all the details are recovered. Especially if like in sunlight like this. Yeah, better just check to. Oh, you know what? With this one, this is the first time today we'll be going into. Wait, what's that? Just have to make sure I got it. We're going into Photo Lab just because also some of the sky shows up as well. So we'll go to this one. All right. So you're all gonna see the difference between DxO Photo Lab and what is it, on one Photo Raw with photo editing and I'm just check something here. Let's check here. Okay, anyway, I was just checking that. Well, I could have also edited that in uh, the Exo Photo Lab because, as you can see, some of the sky is showing there. But but since I definitely saw it here, you'll see, you'll now see the difference between on one Photo Raw and DxO Photo Lab here. And here's one of the things that DxO Photo Lab does. As you can see, it has an automatic. It basically has an automatic lateral chromatic aberration removal type of thing. And I'll show you where this program it is. It's right here in the details section. It has chromatic aberration, lateral, and you click this purple fringing. It also has a moire thing. And what more is like pink or purple and green spots that can be in the grass, dirt, gravel. Sometimes it'll also even show up on car hoods like that. It definitely shows up as you saw on the trees. So so yeah, this one, and then you have to make sure you select the things here because it's not quite the same here. Daylight there for the white balance there. Exposure. Okay, so that'll do that for the exposure. Then Yeah, a big difference here is it doesn't have the white slider like it did in on one photo raw. So yeah, that's something to just keep in mind. That's why I have both on one photo raw and DxO Photo Lab. This does an even better job with chromatic aberration removal in this, but I tend to save DxO Photo Lab for something like this, where like the sky is showing and uh, you have all these things here, and there's so much chromatic aberration that it's just easier to remove using this one. Right, and guess we'll do that with the midtones there. Okay, shadows like that. And want to do that with the blacks. Right, and yeah, we'll probably want to do that with the contrast here. With this one, it's a little tougher to try and get the detail in there. Have to try and straighten this as well. So we'll do that with the vibrancy, that with the saturation. And yeah, we'll want to do that with the horizon, but yeah, we don't have to really do that much. Yeah, that, well, maybe it's a little crooked still. Yeah, there, that'll definitely work. And then, because of the amount of detail we need to get out of it, we'll have to go we'll have to click that Nick Collection button there, and then we do that with Color Effects Pro. Okay, I think we'll have to, yeah, because I didn't anticipate having to use this today as much, or because I didn't anticipate to use this today, yeah, we'll have to probably do an extra step. Yeah, because what happens is with, like, and you know this with a lot of the software, sometimes it'll ask you to update the software, and if you don't, well, it'll just keep doing that the first time you open it up. Okay, and yeah, okay, so we're gonna have to do this extra step. Force to quit. Close that, and then try it again. And the second time will work. So I want to overwrite that. Okay, and right, so now it's writing to the Nick collection again, so now we can clear the old one there. So yeah, as you can see, there's the difference, and then you have to make the adjustments in. If you want to add some extra detail in there, you have to then send it off to this thing. Yeah, we could probably do a polarizing filter, kind of to start off with. It doesn't. Yeah, it's not really too necessary polarization, but yeah, we'll just do it. But big thing here is, see, will the sunlight filter be needed? See, that bright. Okay, some extra contrast there, some extra saturation there. Again, the big one, yeah, for us here is the detail extractor. Now, if you go all the way up, that's what it looks like, and you don't want to go all the way up there. We'll add a little extra contrast there. Oh, yeah, we don't want it that saturated, but yeah, definitely that much is enough. Let's do nothing. This does nothing. Okay, so don't really need a whole lot. Yeah, we don't really need a whole lot of stuff there. Okay. Oh, and yeah, we're gonna have to send this into Affinity Photo. I just saw something that lots of just saw dust spots. So yeah, yeah, when the sky is showing, you have to get rid of these dust spots. So you'll be able to. So for everybody who's new to these photo editing streams, you're gonna see how dust spots can get removed. Thanks to yeah, so you're gonna see how we can get dust spots removed. Now, I was editing this in, what was it, on one photo raw. I've shown you another trick, but because of just how much chromatic aberration there was, I'll show you how you get this, or how you get these dust spots removed. All right, wait, let me just, that one, let's see. Okay, it's not as obvious there, okay. So I want to make sure. Anyway, so now we'll go in here, and there it is. So now we go to Affinity Photo here, and you'll have to wait for Affinity Photo to load up. Ooh. All right, so yeah, it does require a little bit of patience here to wait for Affinity Photo to get loaded up here. Right, so it'll just load up. Okay, so now the next thing is just looking for dust spots here, and all right, so we'll now do this. Now I'm using a MacBook, as you all know. So to zoom in, you press the Option key and you use the scrolling wheel on your mouse, and to move around like this, you just use two fingers. Okay, and then we remove that one. And is there another one? Well, yeah, there is another one here. And some of these things are just birds flying. Does look like everything is okay here. Alright. So that's all we need to do. So now let me just export that. JPEG. Now if you're doing multiple well, let's just now if you're doing gonna be doing multiple edits on your photo, what you want to do, and especially if you're moving them between various different programs, then you don't want to export it as a JPEG, because each and every time you do a change, or you manipulate it, or anything like that, it actually takes away detail, and you'll end up with a very blocky picture. All right, so we'll go into this one because I know there's nothing there anyway. And you'll end up with a very blocky and pixelated picture, and you don't want that. So what you want to do is you want to save it as or export as a TIFF file. And TIFFs are lost lists. Lossy and lost list. Lossy is a like there's lossy, and that's like a JPEG file. You lose detail each and every time you open the image and manipulate it and all that. Lossless is you can open it to manipulate it, whatever, as many times as you want, and you won't lose any detail. So that's something to keep in mind when you're trying to edit photos, and you want to edit these photos in multiple programs. Yeah. Okay, just had to make sure that looks okay. Let's check that. Okay, let me just check to make sure there's no fringing here. Okay, it doesn't look like there is, so I'll get on with editing this picture, and now do that with the exposure there. Do that with the contrast there. Yeah, we want to with the highlights there. Okay, it tones a little bit with the shadows. Oh, no. So do a little bit like that with the whites, and the blacks we do that. Okay, now that with the structure on the haze a little bit, and as you can see, the blue of the car is already popping. That's clearly the Audi symbol. Alright, so we'll do that with the white balance. Okay, so add a little extra saturation, add a little extra vibrance there. Now, do the dynamic contrast to add extra detail. Don't have to do a whole lot. And add even more detail with the tone enhancer. Not too much, of course. Add a little extra clarity there. Okay, now we can export that. And we export it. Let me just check my... Okay, there's that, and then we'll just keep it here just to make sure that it exports properly. Okay, good. So now we can move on to this Volkswagen van. Or this Volkswagen car. No, it's not open on the side. Okay, I was just checking to see if it was open on the side, but but if we are able to get to those pictures, you'll see some Volkswagen vans like what you see in some of those TV shows and commercials where they decorate the inside. For instance, that '70s show. I forget whose van it was, but if you remember, it was decorated with all those with the furniture and all those other things. And there were a couple of Volkswagen vans that were like that. I'm not sure which Volkswagen car this was. I'll just check to make sure there's no fringing here. Check in the background, so we don't really have to care too much about those. Got a little extra exposure there, a little extra contrast there. That, we'll turn down the highlights a little bit. With the midtones and the shadows. That, really get it going now. We'll turn down the whites there. The blacks will do that much. Oh yeah, we want to add a little extra structure here. Okay, turn on the haze a little bit. And now you can see that the sun has like more of the colors showing on this Volkswagen here. Okay, so there's the daylight there. And we'll add a little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance there. Now we'll go and add a little extra detail to it. And add a little extra detail to that. Alright, and now do the tone enhancer here. Oh, yeah, we don't have to do all that. It's really just the detail and the clarity that we have to add. We don't have to do any extra work with that. We'll export that. Alright, and okay, so now we'll go to the next image here. Okay, so this must have been on the one end of or was it the Stanley Park where they had these cars and all that. It's an Altezza. Yeah, I don't know which brand it is actually, but yeah, an Altezza. Okay, and now we'll do that. And we'll do that here. Okay, so we'll apply that. Now that it's properly straight. Okay, so yeah, this was on the end of Stanley Park. It was close. It was pretty close to actually this lawn bowling thing that they have there. I didn't know that they actually had lawn bowling at Stanley Park there. And actually Stanley Park also has an outdoor pool. So yeah, that's it's kind of interesting to see there. I didn't know that park had an outdoor pool. Okay, so we'll turn down the highlights here. We'll increase the midtones, increase the shadows, and we'll turn on the whites a bit more. So definitely turn on those blacks there. And we want to do that. The structure. Turn on the haze. Turn on the haze a little more. And remember when I was talking about the trees reflecting off these hoods? Well, there's a perfect example of that. Alright, so now we want to put, for the white balance, the daylight. Add some extra saturation to it. Over there, okay. Add some vibrance. Right, and now we'll use dynamic contrast to add a little extra detail. And there. We'll do that. That adds a little extra detail there, and then tone enhancer to add a little extra detail there. Okay, and add some clarity as well. Alright, so, and in case you're wondering why there's no HDR edits in here, it's because with the bed photos, and especially with photos like this, don't really need to do HDR editing. HDR really works well, or really works best with, what is it, street photography and nature photography, because you really want all that to pop. Maybe if you take pictures of some architecture as well. Now, I have seen like on some like for HDR software websites and other websites, yeah, they have done HDR edits of like cars and all that, but that's usually for like not at an event type of thing, but more in a different type of scenario. So yeah, but when it comes down to an event and with something like this, you don't actually have to do HDR editing. Yeah, you can if you want to. I mean, if you really want to, have the image like be really enhanced like that. But it's not really necessary, at least in my view. Unless unless like you're doing it kind of like in a street photography style. Yeah, because but definitely street photography, like taking pictures of like structures that you definitely are hoping to turn into nice HDR photos. Also, and it, all like and also nature photography. That's where HDR really shines the brightest. Yeah, you really want to have it. That's where you really want to try and do HDR photography there. Um, so this car, not sure which car this is, but yeah, this is definitely another cool looking car here. I don't know which symbol that is though. Yeah, I don't know which symbol that is. Okay. Right now, let me just check to make sure that there's fringing that needs to be removed before I start editing the photo here. It doesn't. Yeah, I didn't think that there would be much fringing here because, like when, especially when there's no sky showing and and there's a lot of things on the ground. Usually, there's not as much fringing or any fringing. Anyway, so let's do that with the exposure. That with the contrast a little bit. Okay, so I want to turn on the highlights a bit since we don't want to do too much, and then we'll do midtones and shadows. And yeah, oh no. So we'll have to do that with the whites there, and yeah, actually do that with the blacks. We don't have to really darken them too much this time around. A little extra structure here. Okay, okay, so now we really want that blue to pop. We can either wait, we'll do it. We'll put the haze here, so that way, yeah, we'll put the haze here, so that way, yeah, that blue pops, and it's not too dark, but it's still looking really nice there. So daylight white balance, and then add some saturation, add some vibrance to it. Okay, and now I want to add some detail here. I want to add a little extra detail. Okay, that. Right now, add a tone enhancer here. Okay, add a little extra detail that way, and add some clarity. All right. Now we can export that, and then we can want to add the next car. Okay, so now yeah, here's another cool looking car here. I'm not. Oh, it's a Chevrolet. Okay. Yeah, so a Chevrolet somehow ended up there, but yeah, this is a really cool car because you see the black on top here and then the orange on the bottom here. Yeah, that is something that was really cool there. Really cool to see. Uh, yeah, I don't actually. I, I took pictures of so many cars that I don't remember all of them, but yeah, when I look at this one, yeah, that is a pretty cool looking car there. Yeah, uh, yeah, Chevrolet here. I'm not sure if they had any Fiats there, like because as you know, Fiat did buy Chevrolet, and Fiat is, I believe, an Italian company. So let me just see if actually looked pretty good. Yeah, it actually looked good that way. So we'll just leave it alone there. A little extra exposure. We'll just check to make sure there's no fringing here. Okay, there's some. We'll do that with the green. That with the purple. Okay, so yeah, I won't send this off in. I won't send this off into DxO Photo Lab because yeah, it's not so much that it could become a problem, but but anyway, we'll go to here now and add a little extra contrast there, and add some highlights there. Okay, or I'll try and recover some highlights that way, and then midtones. Yeah, I guess we could add the shadows a little bit. Have to turn on those whites there. That's a little bit with the blacks there. Then we do that, and we'll turn on the haze a little bit. Okay, and now daylight here. Add some saturation, some vibrance there. We want to definitely try and increase the details there. And do that. And do that there. We'll add a tone enhancer here. Okay, add a little extra detail there. A little extra clarity there. Yep, and alright, so we'll now export the image, and then we'll move on to the next picture there. Alright, so we'll go to the next car, and okay, so this one is another BMW here. And yeah, this definitely is another cool looking car. This is another one that I wouldn't be surprised if it was if this type of car was used in the movies. Yeah, this looks like a really cool car here. All right, and we'll straighten that out there first. Oh yeah, we want to apply first the changes there. All right, now don't really have to increase the exposure too much. Contrast, we'll do that much. have to do that with the highlights this time. So the midtones, we do a little bit there, want to do a little bit with the shadows here, not too much. Turn on the whites there, and the blacks will turn down there, and add a little extra structure here, and a little haze. Alright. So we'll do that with the white balance there, and then a little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance here. Right, and then so we'll add a little extra detail this way through the dynamic contrast here. Right, and then do that. Okay, now we'll have the tone enhancer here and a little extra detail. Alright, and then add in some clarity here. Now this is what happens when it goes all the way up, so you don't have to, well, you don't want to have it all the way up there, but that's a good amount of clarity. Right, and then export that, and now when I was going through here, and as I was taking the photos, you can imagine this, like, whoa, there's so many cars here, wow, this, yeah, I don't know how I'm going to get through all of them because there's so many cars, but yet I was able to get through a lot of these cars here. Okay, oh. Now and there's the next car, an Evolution, Mitsubishi Evolution, okay. Alright, so here's a Mitsubishi Evolution. Try and get that straightened out a little bit. Right there. I'll apply that. Well, let's just see if we can a little more here. A little more here. Okay, that might work out a little better. Yep, that worked out a lot better. Yeah, I know. Like the Mitsubishi Evolution. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what year that's from. But yeah, definitely. Yes, but definitely seeing Mitsubishi Evolution at a classic car show. I don't know what year that's from though. Okay, so we'll do that with the exposure there. Then do that with the contrast there. Okay. The highlights, yeah. Trying to figure out. I guess we'll do that with the highlights. Like a little extra with the midtones, not too much. Shadows a little bit, not too much there. With the whites. And yeah, we'll have to do that a little bit. Yeah. We'll do that with those, and then we add a little extra structure. On the haze, not as much there. Right. We'll do that with the saturation. Do that with the vibrance there. Right. Right, and then there's the dynamic contrast there. A little bit there, and a little bit there, and then we'll add the tone enhancer. A little extra detail there. Add some clarity there. Then we'll export that. Right, and well, let me just check to make sure that oh, we'll have to get rid of that one. Okay, we'll have to do one. We want to go into this one here and get rid of that fringing there, here, and right. That and that. There we go. So, okay, we'll do it again. Yeah, sometimes this is how photo editing goes. Yeah, you think, hey, I'm done with it, and then they're like, ooh, maybe I need to do a little extra adjustment here. Alright, so we'll put the next card here and... Oh, Lexus. Okay, so this is a Lexus car. I'm not sure what kind that is, but yeah. But yeah, this is a... Yeah, this was another cool car here. And as you can see, the green color there. And I'm not sure what kind it was. Hold on, do we need... Let's see if anything needs to be done here. If there is anything that can be done here. Want that. That, yeah, that definitely works. Okay, so we're gonna have to do some cropping here. So crop it like that. Crop it like that. Okay, and apply. Okay, there we go. So we got it. Let me just make sure on the sides it looks okay. Yeah, does look okay on the sides there. All right, so we're just make sure there's no fringing first before we continue on with the editing. Ooh, well, there might be a little bit. Let's see, yeah, definitely a little bit of green there, and I want to get rid of all the green fringing there and purple fringing there. All right, so yeah, I've seen a few Lexus cars. I know there's a Lexus dealership somewhere in the Calgary Auto Mall. But yeah, but I don't know what model or year this one is from. All right, so we'll just... Oh yeah, if we do if we do that with the contrast, loses its green color as you saw. So yeah, we don't want to do too much there with that. So we'll do that with the highlights. That with the midtones. Okay, yeah, we'll do a little bit with the shadows, not too much. We'll do that with the whites and that with the blacks. Okay, now we'll a little extra structured there. And yeah, turn down the haze a little bit. Do that with that. Oh, no, we don't want to lose any saturation, but yeah, doesn't need too much saturation and vibrance this time around. Let's see what happens when we do the dynamic contrast. Okay, that's good. So we'll do that. Do that, and do that with the dynamic contrast there. Now, for the tone enhancer, just add a little extra detail, and okay, we don't need too much clarity. Okay, so now we'll export that. Okay, and right, so we just have to wait until this is exported, and then we can go to the next card there. And we have, and now there's this card as well. And as you can see, yeah, so many cool cars over there. It's really hard to pick a favorite when it comes down to the cars because, yeah, there was just so many good ones there. Alright, so it doesn't look like there's any fringing there to deal with. So we'll just go on to... Don't really need to increase the exposure too much. Contrast a little bit there. Do that with the highlights. That with the midtones. Do very little with the shadows because it's not really necessary. Okay, that we can turn down. This one we can turn down as well. Right, and then Yeah, so it somehow scrolled a little farther from the structure and haze sliders there. Turn down the haze a little bit and do the daylight here. Yeah, a little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance there. Now do the dynamic contrast. Got some detail here. That we'll do that. Okay, and so here's the tone enhancer, and now we'll just do that with the detail, that with the clarity there, and then we'll export. Okay, now we'll go to the next one here, and sorry, which one? Oh, this is a really cool card here as well. Yeah, definitely. You see the black and the light green. Well, not light green, but the medium green here. This looks like this is a really cool looking car. Definitely looks like something that you might see being on the racetrack because of how it looks. I wouldn't be surprised if this type of a car is in one of the Settle Corsa games. Just because it looks like something that a person would probably race at a racetrack, like in one of those um, uh, whatever it's called, I guess production card type of things, or like it could also be something that you might see in Forza Motorsport or in any of the Forza games. All right, so we'll just yeah, actually before we continue on, let's make sure there's no fringing here. Okay. All right, and yeah, this is definitely in the part of Stanley Park that is going towards like the lawn bowling area, like the lawn bowling court or whatever it's called. I'm not sure exactly what you call the lawn bowling thing, but yeah, and then they had all these different groups. Like like I'm not sure if we'll get to the pictures of the groups I took or not, but it is possible anyway. It is possible, but yeah, these are cars that were owned by people who are part of those particular groups. Okay, so the highlights, don't really need to do too much to them. A little bit to the midtones, a little bit to the shadows, not too much. And then want to turn on those whites. The blacks we turn down there, and then there's the structure. Okay, and then want to on the haze, but this one we don't want to turn down too much. There's the daylight. Yeah, green and black. Yep. Yeah, this is definitely something that looks like it could be in a Forza game or like in those other racing games for the production classes. Even in real life, race on the racetracks in a production class race. So we do a little extra vibrance there. Okay, so we'll add that. We'll do the dynamic contrast here. Then that. Okay, and yeah, we want to add a little extra detail there. Um, as I was talking about with regards to reflections off these hoods and off these cars, there it is again. It shows you that they really do wax and buff their cars a lot to make it shine like that. Okay, so we'll add a little extra detail there, a little extra clarity. All right, and we'll export that. Okay, so go to the next card here, and Yeah, that's the car that you saw. As you can see, there's that car that we just edited, and this is the car that we saw in the picture that we just edited. This is a really cool blue car here. Um, yeah, and as you can see, that yeah, I don't know if they're part of that group or not, but uh, yeah, there's some people over there, and they might be part of the group. They might be people who are just observing the cars. But yeah, this is another car that you probably would most likely see in a video game as well. It's really nice that we that it was at that classic car show there. Right, so a little bit there. Do that to the highlights. That to the midtones. I think it's the shadows. Yeah. So we'll add that to the from the shadows. Okay, so we'll do that with the whites there. And okay, so we want to do that to the blacks there, right? And then we do the structure here. Okay, and then we'll add in a little bit of haze removal, not too much, but as you can see, really makes the blue pop out there. Right, so now oh, there you go. That's what fluorescent tungsten looks like for white balance. Okay, so we'll add a little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance there. We'll add the details when we go to the effects here by the dynamic contrast. Right. And we'll do that and there. And we add a little extra detail, the tone enhancer here. A little extra clarity there. Yeah, I might want to export it before going to the next image there. Alright, so now it's it's exported, so let's go to the next image and it might not, oh yeah, okay, it wasn't that one, but the way they had the cars lined up was there were essentially two sets of cars. Actually, you can kind of see it here. You can actually see it here with how they set it up. There were like two rows, one there, and then one here, and then back to back here, and then of course they saw against the trees there. So yeah, it's easy to forget, or it was easy to forget that. Oh yeah, there's some cars behind me, and then it's like, okay, get the pictures of the cars behind me. So yeah, uh, those are that's something that you attend a classic car show. That's sometimes how they, or not sometimes, that is how they arrange the cars, like in like a set of rows like that. It may be some right up against a wall or a hill or something like that, and then you have a row facing that, and then behind that row is another set, and then I guess maybe another wall like this, lined up like that. So yeah, it's like as you're taking pictures of these cars, then you start to realize, oh yeah, there's some behind me, and then you go back and do that. Well, everybody just got my tablet. Okay, there we go, and I decided to get my tablet to show the chat again because somehow I don't know what happened there. The black's a Volkswagen. Yes, it is a Volkswagen. That is a Volkswagen. Yeah, it is a Volkswagen car. We had yeah, so it's an all black Volkswagen car. I don't know which type it is, but yeah, yeah, I haven't. I don't know if they make these all black Volkswagens anymore. All right, excuse me. Right, so we'll do a little extra contrast there. Okay. I don't know if there's much with highlights we can do, so we'll just do that much. Shadows will bring out a little bit. Yeah, we want to turn on the whites there. Turn on the blacks. Yeah, that definitely looks really cool. You don't see an all black Volkswagen there. Uh, I haven't eaten my lunch yet. Yeah, I'll probably get through a few more pictures, then I'll take a lunch break. Because I ate lunch, or because I ate breakfast at 11, so yeah, yeah, that's oh, so yeah, I'm able to go a little longer before I have lunch. Because sometimes whenever I eat breakfast at 11 or 11:30, sometimes I don't have lunch until 3:30. So yeah, yeah, I'll get through a few more pictures and then I'll take a lunch break. Right, so there's the structure. Okay, so we'll do the structure here on the haze a little bit. I don't know if there's much detail we'll get out of it, but we'll see if because with an all black. So yeah, I guess we could get a little more detail out of that. Yeah, there isn't a whole lot, but yeah, we'll definitely do the clarity there. A little extra detail there. Okay, get the clarity over there. Right, and we'll export that. Alright, and now we'll so let's see here. This car. Oh, this is one of those wide cars that I had seen there. Like I was talking about various cars that were high and low. There were also wide cars, and yeah, this is one of the wide cars. This is I'm not sure if yeah, it is a Chevrolet, but I'm not sure exactly what kind. But yeah, this looks like something that you would probably see in one of those in like Forza games, maybe a set of Corsa games as well. Um, okay, we'll apply that. Yeah, so yeah, this is definitely a cool looking car where you can where you probably see it in a racing game there. Um, like with Forza and all that, or maybe you can build a custom car and it would probably look like that. Yeah, this is a really cool looking car here. So we'll just do a little bit extra with the exposure, do that with the contrast, and we'll do that with the highlights, do that with the midtones. Oh, okay, so there with the midtones. Okay, shadows we don't have to do too much. We have that with the whites, and do that with the blacks there. And structure here, and some haze here. Do the daylight white balance there. A little, not too much saturation here. Yeah, we don't really need too much vibrance. Actually, I cut back on the vibrance. It actually does make it look a little better, doesn't it? Okay, so we'll cut back on the vibrance there. All right. Then the dynamic contrast had a little extra detail. And like that. And then a tone enhancer here. A little, yeah, if we go all the way, this is what it looks like, and yeah, that's why you don't go all the way there. Then do that, and we'll do that with the clarity. Alright, and now we'll export that, and yeah. I think I'll do a couple more images, then I'll take a lunch break. Yeah, I am starting to get a little hungry, yeah. Yeah. Alright, so here's another car. Which one is that? Is that a Fiat? Kind of looks like the Fiat logo, doesn't it, on the front there? So we'll just check that. Oh, it's a Nissan. Okay, so it's a Nissan car. Okay, I was completely wrong. Yeah, from far it seemed like it might have been a Fiat, but yeah, it's a Nissan car here. Alright, so what we'll do is, you know what, first, let's see if we get, let's see if there's anything here. Be adjusted, nope. No, nothing there. Let's check here, and I don't think it's the trees. No, there's nothing there. Okay. First, let's see if we need to do any perspective editing. Hold on, let's do 0. Oh, hold on, no. That. Really? Not really. Didn't really do anything there. Just the angle I was at. Okay. So we'll turn that, and we'll get around to. Just check. Not really anything there. Okay. Excuse me. All right. So, let's increase the exposure just a bit, not too much. Okay, do a little bit of contrast here. That with the highlights and the midtones and the shadows. That with the whites. That with the blacks there. And we want to do a little extra structure. Yeah, we'll do that with the haze. Maybe not too much. Alright, so there's the daylight. White. There's the daylight white balance. Okay, so there's the saturation. Vibrance there. And then here's the dynamic contrast, so I add a little extra detail there. Alright, and then the tone enhancer. Yeah, we want it with just detail and with clarity here. Right, so alright, so I'll do one more picture and then okay, here's I think that's that card that you saw there, and see what kind this is. Well, yeah, I'll do one more picture, then I'll take a lunch break. Oh, this is another Volkswagen. Okay, yeah, so yeah, I'm not sure if I've ever seen this kind of a Volkswagen, but yeah, this is a really cool looking car. Let's we don't want to go too high with the exposure because yeah, okay, so we don't want to go too high because because as you can see with these other sliders, we can get it without overexposing it. And we want to turn down the highlights. Want to do that, we'll do that, and right, so we'll add a little extra structure here. Okay, and then we'll turn down the haze here, and then we'll, we want that, the saturation that much, no, the vibrance like that, and then, right, so now we'll do the dynamic contrast filter, add some extra detail here, right, and do the tone enhancer here, a little extra detail, and then add a little extra clarity here. All right, so we'll export that. All right, so we'll wait for that to. So we'll wait for that to save. Okay, it's saved. So now what I'll do is I'll okay, so what I'll do is I'll load up that picture, and I'll put up my Be Right Back screen because I'm gonna take a lunch break. So we'll we'll continue on with these photos after lunch. So I'll see you all after lunch. Right, everybody, I'm back. Just gotta fill up my water bottle. It's almost empty, and then we'll get right back to editing the photos. Okay, so let me just put that scene there. Yeah, so that way you can actually see the photos getting edited. Alright, we'll get on to editing this photo, and right, Noel, I just saw your message. I just got back from lunch myself. You know, you do what you gotta do. And what I will say is about the classic car show is I was actually pretty close to not being able to even make it there, and the reason is because both of the parking lots at Stanley Park were full, and so like I went to the parking lot that was close to that outdoor pool there, and I had to do 3 loops around the parking lot before I found this parking spot, and when I found the parking spot, it's like, oh, there's parking. I mean, if I didn't find a parking spot on that third loop around that other parking lot, I would have headed home, and the photos wouldn't have been taken. The stream wouldn't have been possible. So yeah, I was really lucky to be able to find the parking, and also on the street, around the streets close to Stanley Park, there weren't yeah. Like there were a lot of cars. There was no parking even on the streets there. Right, so we'll just do that with the highlights there, and then the midtones there, shadows there. Right, and as you can see now, more of the cars able to be seen. So yeah, that's how close I was to not even be able to do the stream here and be able to get these photos here. Uh, it was that close. Like if I didn't find a parking spot um on that third loop around that parking lot, around the other Stanley Park parking lot, yeah, I would not have been able to get I would have had to go straight home, and I wouldn't have had these photos here, and yeah, we wouldn't. The stream wouldn't have even have been possible. So I'm really happy that I was able to find that parking spot there. Right, so we'll just do the dynamic contrast so that we can get some more detail here. Okay, so get some more detail out of this. And the reason why I mentioned that is because I was just looking at that car at the back there, and I think that was those are all the cars that were parked on the street that you take to head to Stanley Park, and yeah, there were a lot of cars there. So I mean, it was very close. Me not being able to get to even find a parking spot so I could attend this event and get all of these photos and be able to do the stream. So now with that picture done, move on to the next one, and all right. Oh, okay. I just saw a JPEG there that shouldn't have been there. Let me just get rid of that JPEG. I was wondering, why is there two of the same picture there? Alright, there we go, and now we'll go to the next car. This is another Volkswagen. I don't know what kind it was. I don't know if I saw any Volkswagen Beetles there or not. I know Volkswagen Beetles are also pretty classic cars. Uh, don't know. I don't want to say that Mr. Bean himself driven a Volkswagen Beetle. Um, But yeah, yeah, Mr. Bean, that was a very funny show. And there was actually two Mr. Bean movies. One was Bean, the Ultimate Disaster Movie, and then the other was Mr. Bean's Holiday. I actually have the DVD of Mr. Bean's Holiday. Okay, so we don't really have to do too much with the exposure there. Do a little bit of contrast there. Okay, do a little bit with the highlights there. Don't need to do too much with the shadows. Yeah, we have the whites. Okay, we don't want to do that. Oh, okay. We don't want to anywhere there. We'll do that with the blacks. Then we'll structure here, right? And there we go. And now we'll do haze removal. Yeah, not too much. Okay, there we go. That's how much we want. Right. So daylight for the white balance, and then a bit of saturation there, vibrance there, and dynamic contrast here, and that there. Okay, and now we'll add a little extra detail. Tone enhancer here, right, and there. Oh, and we'll do the clarity, right. Yeah, yeah. My brother, he always I felt bad for the blue car in in was it Mr. Bean? Because Mr. Bean always would not be very friendly to that blue car. I think it had three wheels on it. I don't know why Mr. Bean had a problem with the blue car. Right, so we'll go on to this car now. Okay, so yeah, this is I think the basically the Volkswagen section. Um, right, and want to crop it a little bit. Well, not crop it, but definitely straighten it out a little bit. Yeah, that looks good, and right. There we go. I was wondering what was going on. How come it didn't work? All right, there we go. So yeah, here we'll want to increase the excuse me. We'll want to increase the exposure a bit. Do a little bit with the contrast, the highlights, the midtones here, shadows here. That we definitely want to increase the whites a little bit. We can't go. Okay, that was on the car. I was wondering why is that on my screen, but it turns out it's on the car. Right, so with the blacks, yeah, we can just a little bit, and then make sure there's okay. So there is a little bit of fringing there. Now we'll do purple. It's on the green. That yeah, right around there. Right now, yeah, a little extra detail here. Dynamic contrast. Right, and there, and do the tone enhancer here. A little extra detail, and the clarity. Yeah. All right, so now, oh yeah, we want to export that. We'll go on to the next. I think it's a car, unless it's as you saw in that grid. There was a picture of one of the booths there of some of the car groups. So let's see if it's a group. Okay, yeah, this is one of the groups, one of the car groups there. So, yeah, the edit. Okay, this one. Hold on, let me just check something here before I might have to do this in the Exo Photo Lab instead. You know how bad the fringing is. Let me just see here. Okay, that and Hold on, I'm just checking something before I. Okay, we can do it in here. All right, so what we'll do is we'll first get rid of the fringing, and here the editing would be a little different. Well, okay, the cropping would have to be the same, or the adjustment would have to be the same there, in terms of straightening it out. Okay, there we go. We can apply that. There we go. Now, this is one of the groups that one of the car groups that attended or that put their cars in the classic car show. Um, Now with this one, the editing would be a little different because we're not trying to get tons of detail out of it like we are with the cars. When it comes to the cars, that's why I was doing the dynamic contrast and the tone enhancement and all that. It's because we're trying to get as much detail as possible. But when it comes down to a group or a person or anything like that, the editing would be a little different. And now, the Globe Festival pictures were a long time ago. They were back in February, so might not remember how I go too haywire, or I didn't do too much with those photos when there were people in there. And yeah, it's gonna be the same thing here, where I don't, go uh, really crazy and all that, and try and do detail and all that. It's more of a bunch of subtle adjustments. So here, we might want to, if we increase the exposure, as you can see, it'll actually harshen the sunlight. So we'll go a little less with the exposure, and a little bit with the contrast, not too much. Oh, yeah, we want to go down with the highlights. Yes, the midtones, shadows. Yeah, whites will turn down. Blacks will do a little bit like that. Now we don't need the structure, because again, we're not trying to get detail out of it, because basically we're editing, we're editing a picture that's primarily people. So, but the haze is definitely what we want to do. Move some of that haze there. All right. Now we'll do daylight here, because yeah, it's still daylight. Now with the saturation, we don't have to too much. Again, same thing with vibrance. Now, let's see who we can use here. We don't want to do... Oh, yeah, we can do a sunshine filter here. Alright, natural. And... close without it. Yeah, like that, yep. So, we'll do that. Well, actually, you know what? Sunshine filter, I mean, it's already pretty sunny. We don't really need that. Yeah, that looks better without it. Okay. Then... don't want to do that. What else is there that we can do? See anything else? Well, color enhancer, not really. I'm looking for any glow or anything like that. Actually, when I think about it, I didn't really have to do anything with this. Okay. So, yeah, this is good like that. So you see, when it's primarily a picture of people, you don't have to do things like dynamic contrast and tone enhancer and those types of things. Yeah, it was only the reason why I was doing that with when it was the car pictures was because well, you want to get the detail out of the cars, as much detail as you can, because yeah, that's the primary focus of the photo. Um, right, so get the crop, okay, and now okay, so now we'll straighten it out and we'll apply that. Right. Yeah. All right. Now we'll exposure a little bit. Don't want to do too much because of the other things. Do a little bit of contrast. Then Alright, so that'll darken it, and I'll do a little bit with the highlights, just a little bit. That much with the midtones, and then the shadows we bring out more. The whites we want to bring down. Blacks a little bit like that, okay. Here we want to do structure. Want to do haze here, right? And then just daylight for that. Okay, and then we'll do a little bit of saturation there, some vibrance there, right? And then, yeah. Here we want to use the dynamic contrast to help bring out extra details there. Okay, and there we go. That's what we want. And go to tone enhancer. Now we bring out the detail and the clarity, like that. Alright, and yeah, we can export that. Okay, and now we go to the next one here. Now, in case you're wondering why I don't have the film strip instead I do it this way, I want like I have it in Pixel Photo Labs because in this one it's a little different with all the editing goes and all that. Especially we have all of this stuff here, and yeah, you don't yeah, and yeah, it ends up shrinking the size of the image and all that when you want to get as much of the image as possible to edit. Yeah, it's not good when there's all this stuff on the bottom and some stuff on the side and all that, and then the image ends up being completely shrunk down like that. It's really just a personal preference. So, yeah, so we'll have to do some of the fringe removal here. That. That. Okay, there we go, and right, so now we can do some editing here. A little bit with the exposure, not too much. And the contrast a little bit, not too much. Okay, the highlights. Uh, just a little bit there. A little with the midtones. A little bit with the shadows here. And the whites a little bit. A little bit with the blacks there. And yeah, I think this is black Volkswagen. And it has some silver and the red striping there. Okay, so we want a little bit of the structure. Haze removal like that. And now do daylight there. Okay, some extra saturation, some extra vibrance there. Then dynamic contrast here. Okay, a little bit there. And there, and then there. Okay, now we'll add a little extra detail. That. Now if we go completely with the clarity, that's what it looks like. So we don't want too much of the clarity, and then we'll export that, and then go to the next image there. All right, and now go to this one, and is that a Jeep? That's a Jeep. All right, so yeah, that's a Jeep here. Yeah, you see all those Volkswagens, and then Jeep is here. Okay. Well, let me just check to see if there's any fringing that we need to worry about. And the Jeep was The Jeep looks like it was just entered in there somehow. It seems random when you have all those Volkswagens how a Jeep ends up in there, but okay. Maybe we'll just straighten that out. Okay, and we'll apply it. Alright, and I didn't see any fringing, so let's do a little bit with the exposure, not too much. Do some contrast there. And I want to have some highlights. And then some midtones here. And we don't really need too much with the shadows. On the whites there. And on the blacks there. Alright, and then a little extra structure here. On the hazes a bit. Right, and then daylight there. Right, add a little extra saturation. A little extra vibrance there, and now yeah, so we'll do that, and dynamic contrast here. Right, and a little extra detail there. And add a little extra detail here. And some clarity here. Now we can export that. Alright, and now we can move on to the next image here, and okay, and now there's this one here, and oh yeah, I think we're going to be coming up to a very interesting photo here. Yeah, I think it's the next one. This is a photo, or the next photo, I believe, is one that I really wanted to talk about. Make sure everything okay. Yeah, everything is exported okay. That's good. All right, so now this one, let's just check to make sure no fringing. Okay, doesn't look like there's any fringing we have to worry about. That's okay. Now we'll do the exposure here. Do something with the contrast there, and now, well, do that with the highlights, the midtones, the shadows. Want to do that, and I don't know which one that is, which kind of color that is. Okay, do that with the blacks. Now the structure, add some there. Okay, take away some of the haze, and do that. Add a little saturation this time. It's not too much as gonna cause a problem with how the photo looks, but anyway, add a little extra detail here. Right, and add some details there. Add some details there. Then, okay, so add a little extra detail there. And add some clarity here. Alright, so now we'll export that, and let me check. Wait, I'm not sure if this is the picture or not, but we'll find out very quickly. Might not be the picture that I wanted to tell a story about. No, that isn't the picture. It's a little further down somewhere. Or yeah, it's a little further down. We're almost there. Now that's the one that yeah, but there's a little bit of a story there. Anyway, now next up is this car here. Not sure which one. Sure which one this is. Okay, we'll check for any fringing here. Nope, no fringing. Alright, so we can just exposure just a tad. A little bit of contrast there. Okay, and do that with the highlights. Okay, that with the midtones. That with the shadows. Okay, and then that here. And yeah, we want to do that with the blacks there. And with the and then add a little extra structure. I want to decrease the haze. Well, yeah, that's not quite what I wanted to do. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, so we'll add some saturation, add some vibrance there. Now we'll add some extra detail here. And do that, and now we will do some tone enhancement here. Or we'll add detail and clarity, I should say. Yeah, that should be good. So we'll do that. Right, and now we'll move to next image here, and it's this one. I think the other one didn't turn out right, so that's why I didn't end up taking that picture because, or not, I didn't end up taking that picture, but I did. But yeah, when I was going over the pictures, it didn't turn out right, so that's probably why I got rid of it. I got rid of that picture. Anyway, so here we'll straighten out the image. Reset whole thing, and now we'll straighten out the image there. All right, and excuse me. Yeah, it looks like there will have to be some fringe removal. Okay, so we'll do that. Excuse me. Now we'll get rid of the green fringe, and that should be good. Yep. Alright, so now we can get to this, increase the exposure just a, well, maybe not just a bit, if we increase it quite a bit. Do that with the contrast here. We'll do the highlights like that. Okay, and okay, we'll do the midtones like that, shadows like that. Yeah, we want to turn on the whites a little bit, and the blacks like that, and then do that with the structure. On the haze like that. Okay, daylight there. Saturation, vibrance, okay. And yes, we'll add the dynamic contrast so we can get more detail out of that. And then let's do the tone enhancer here. And a little detail here. That, and to remove that thing. Okay, let's see. And remove this. Because, yeah, that doesn't really help us out much there. Let it erase properly. Well, that didn't work. See what this has. It didn't quite work out. Okay, there is one. Okay, this is a good way to show you a trick here. So what I'll do is yeah, okay, what I'll do is I'll export this. Let me just check to see. I'm just checking something here. Just to make sure that. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Oh, not that. uh, okay, so what I'm gonna do is so we'll export it as a. Now this is what I was talking about when I was saying you have to you should, if you're gonna be doing multiple edits and manipulations and all that to an image, you want to export it as a TIFF, not as a JPEG. This is a perfect example as to why, because you see there's something right there in the corner, and yeah, that is like that doesn't really do anything there. What I need to do is clone stamp tool. Those of you who were in my stream last year when I was editing the fall photos for um when I was editing those fall photos that I took at where was it, Bonus Park. You saw me using the clone stamp tool to remove a couple of people there because yeah, that isn't really the kind of cause they were a little they were in the way of what I was trying to capture with regards to the Bow River. Um, this is this is another example of having to use the clone stamp tool in Affinity Photo. So let's do that right now. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to move that thing there. So there it is. And we take a. Now what you do is you take a spot. Actually, you know what? Let's do like that. Raise it. In case you're wondering how I'm raising that circle and decreasing it, it's with the bracket. Well, not the regular bracket keys above the 9 and 0, but there's these bracket keys besides like the P key. So yeah, you want to do. Okay, so it's option click. Okay, now you do that, just like that, and voila, distracting part is gone. All right, so now we can export this one. Right, so we can save it now. You see, voila, just like that, the clone stamp tool, and this was a little easier because we're just trying to we were trying to just replace that thing with grass. If it wasn't grass, but it was a bunch of rocks and all that, it would be a little more complicated. So yeah, okay, so we can get rid of the TIFF now. Okay, and we can move on to the next image. Alright, so we'll edit this one. I don't know what kind of card this one is. As you can see, it was parked a little closer there. Alright, so we'll crop that. Okay. Oh, get it straight here. Okay, so we got it straight. Alright, so. Oh. We don't want to increase the exposure more than we need to, so we'll do that. We'll do contrast. Okay, of that much. Yeah, highlights, we can't really do much. Yeah, midtones. Shadows, we don't really want to do too much. Okay, like that. Yeah, do like that. We'll add some structure here. Got the haze a little bit, and then some daylight white balance. Okay, and then we do that. And we do a little bit extra vibrance. Now we do the dynamic contrast. Add some extra detail. Alright, and there. Right there. Now we want to add also a tone enhancer. And there. And a little extra clarity. Okay, there we go. Alright, so so now we can move on to the next image, and okay, We're almost at the part where I have that story to tell. Okay. On this one, oh, it has a trophy with it also. Okay. See, here's a trophy. Oh, there's some fringing there, so I had to zoom out a little bit so you could get that trophy. Alright, so we'll get rid of the purple fringing here, or the green fringing here. Oh, it ended up so dark. Oh, F10, okay. Yeah, so when the aperture, especially when the shutter speed is slow and the aperture is, yeah. Now, when it's wide open like that, or the open, it can end up have a quick shutter speed. The images can end up dark. Then when the when the shutter speed is a little faster, images are not as dark. So this is why editing is so important there. That definitely looks like a trophy. I'll just check to make sure I got rid of all that fringing there. Let's see. Okay, okay. Right there. I think I got rid of all of it. Yeah, okay. We did get rid of all of it. Okay. So now, do is we can increase the exposure a little bit, or a lot. So a little contrast, not too much. Do that with the highlights. Now it's the midtones, the shadows, so that way we can actually see. Excuse me, actually see the car. Can we do that with the whites, and then we'll do that with the blacks a little bit. Yeah, a little extra structure here. Just the haze. And with the cloud, or not the cloudy. Do that with the white balance, not cloudy. We want daylight because it was a bright sunny day. Do that. Now, dynamic contrast there. We can add some more detail. Like that. There, and then tone enhancer here. Okay, so we add a little extra detail there. And a little clarity here. Now we can export it. Now we'll get to the image where I have the story to tell. Wait. Alright. Am I exporting these as TIFFs now? Okay. Oh, before I get to the image with the story, I'll have to make sure I export those as JPEGs, not TIFFs. Because we're not doing any additional manipulation work there. I just realized that. That's something that sometimes is easy to forget. Oh yeah, I forgot to change the settings. Even when you're out there taking a camera, you change the settings or you do something, and then next time you go, it's like, why are these numbers popping? And then you realize, ooh, I forgot to change the settings. So yeah. Okay, so before I get to this, well, it disappeared. But before I get to that image where there's a story to tell, we just re-export that as a JPEG and get rid of the TIFFs. Okay. Alright, so there we go. Alright, now we got it right. Alright. Now let's get to the picture that has the story. Right, so this picture, what I was trying to do was, okay, the way these guys set up the whole thing was, they had their little booth there, but they also had their car there. So what I was trying to do was have the focus point be on the car, but while still trying to get the image of that guy, or not just that guy, but of the whole group inside this tent here, inside their booth. Okay, well, let me just straighten this out. Okay. Yeah. Oh, maybe that's a little... There. Alright. So, what happened was, okay, I got the focus point on here, and, And I also had the booth set up here so, of these guys underneath here. And what happened was, as you can see, this guy posed for the camera. He turns around, sees me taking the picture of both the booth and the car, turns around, he already turned around. He turned around, saw me taking the picture of both the booth and the car. So he poses for the camera, and then after I got the picture, we both started laughing. I said, "Thank you for posing." So yeah, with this one, we won't be doing dynamic contrast because there's also this thing, or there's also this guy smiling here as he was posing for the camera. But we will have to check. Let me just check and see. There's any fringing there, and yeah, there's a little bit. Oh. Okay, you know what? Let me show you a little trick to remove dust spots. Was it good? Are there dust spots here, really? Well, let me just check, and let me just get the exposure way up there. And that way I can see if there are any dust spots. Not really. Alright. Alright. So, there was a little bit of fringing, so we'll get rid of that. Right, and now, we'll get to the editing here. And, nope. Do that. And we'll do that with the contrast. Do that. We'll do that. Shadows, we can do that. That here with the whites, then blacks will do that. Well, we don't really want to do too much structure there. We do want to get rid of that haze. I just check to make sure that, yep, the structure wasn't too much. Alright, so now, daylight there, a little saturation, but not too much. And same thing with the vibrance, not too much, because again, this is part of the image, and yep, as you can see. So let's see what we have here. Anything to do here? Let me just see if there's anything else that we need to do. Yeah, not really, not with this image, because again, like I said, I'm not gonna do any detail enhancement. Well, I guess I could do the detail enhancement. I'll show you that actually, how to do the detail enhancement and ensure that it's not applied to the whole photo. We'll just do that with this, and with this. Okay. Now, you see this little thing here. You do that, and is there a way to show the mask? I'll figure out how to invert. It's been a while since I've used this, so just bear with me. I just want it on the car. There. Just check and see. Okay, so that's paint out mode. See what happens when we do paint in mode. Okay, I think we got it. There was a way to show the mask. Ooh. Oh, okay. Here we go. That's what I wanted to do. As you can see, it's been a while since I've done this, so we have to... so I was just making sure that everything looked right. But here's how you then paint in a mask. If you want to just do these things on just specific. Just a specific part of the photo, like this, as you can see. Then do like that. Wait. Let me just see. There's a way to figure out if working. You see. Take off the view part. It's been a while, so I just want to make sure that we or I'm getting it right. 0 for a any further. Let me just check to make sure. Okay, yeah, we got it right. Okay, so view. I just had to make sure that I was doing it right. As you can see, it's a little different compared to many folks. Instead of the two-finger method, see, you have to move around the square here. So this is what we want to do. Hold on, we gotta put this back to where it was. So it was like about 12, about 16, about 18. And I know you can copy that and apply it to the next. Hold on. Oh. That's the only thing I miss about it not being a two-fingered thing on the trackpad. But you see, this is another trick you can use when you're trying to just apply detail to just one part of the photo. This is a little slower, of course, but sometimes it's necessary. Especially, yeah. So, we do that. Put on the mirror here. Like that. And then like that. You see, this this part requires a bit more patience because of how much detail it is. Oh no. Right, so we just paint there, and we have to make sure we do that. You know what? Let me just decrease. Okay, there, and then we can cover a little more area here. Right, so you see, this is a trick that definitely comes in handy. That, and like that here. Right. So on the edge there, we want to like this. I'm using the, and just wondering how I'm able to do that. I'm holding the Option key while I'm clicking around there. Okay, and now we go down here. And now, and like that, that, right, and then like that, and yeah, like that. Yeah, it's okay if blades of grass are like that. Okay, and now, okay, so we're not. Okay, so, and that. All right, so I think we got it all. All right, so we did get it all there. All right. Oh, just a few spots. Okay, and up there it looks like, and there we go. Now what we can do is we take it off there, then we copy that. Right. I believe we close there. Then we do tone enhancer part. One there, we paste. Alright, and then now when we add extra detail, look at what happens. It only affects the car. So we do that, and same thing with the clarity. Only affects the car. Alright, so there we go. So you see, that's another trick when you have the different parts of a photo, and you want to do an enhancement, but you just want to do it on one part of the photo. That's something you can definitely do. Alright, so now we go to this next photo here, right? And it's just the way, it's not straight on because just the way it was. Yeah, it's simply because of the way it was, because as you can see, there's the car and then their booth. Alright, so this one, it's pretty straightforward editing compared to the other one. Oh, okay, I guess, hey, what's going on? Okay, I was wondering, what's going on? How come the navigation's not there? Anyway, so yeah, here we don't have to really do any real exposure, contrast, just a little bit, not too much. The highlights, a little bit. As you can see, it's another purple colored card, just the second one that I saw. Okay, so do a little bit of the shadows, that down, turn that down, a little bit of structure, and haze removal there. Okay, and then the light for the white balance, a little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance. Then the dynamic contrast, that, there, and there. Oh, didn't want the opacity. We'll add a tone enhancer here. Alright. Although, if one thing about that opacity slider on the effects panel, if you want your adjustments to be not fully implemented, but a little bit implemented, then you just turn that down. Right, and then we do that with the detail, and we do that with the clarity. Alright, so now export the image. Alright, so now we go to the next image here. Oh, I was wondering, why isn't the crop showing up? Because it hadn't loaded yet. The image hadn't loaded. Okay, so we'll straighten that out there. Okay, now we'll apply that. Oh yeah, there is a little bit of fringing there, so I want to get rid of that. There's some of the purple here. The green we'll try and get rid of. Okay, there. Now do that. And I guess we'll do a little bit of exposure here. Alright, and then don't want to do too much contrast. We don't have to do it. Or we don't have to do a ton there. Okay, so turn on the highlights. Midtones we don't need too much of. The shadows, yeah, we'll turn down those whites. And the blacks we have to turn down as well. And structure we definitely want. Oh, not like, insane amounts. Okay, and now we turn down the haze. Daylight for that. A little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance. Right, and then, okay, so dynamic contrast here. Right, and that. Okay. And then we add the tone enhancer here and a little extra detail. Some extra clarity. And we can move on to the next image here. Alright, so now we move on to the next image here, and it's this car here. Or did I miss it? I'm just checking something here. Okay, wait, let's want to check. It doesn't look like I had gotten a picture of that. Oh, because the hood was open, okay. But we do have this car, as you can see, it's green, but there's also, I don't know what kind of hood that is. I don't really know what kind of hood that is. Alright, so let me just check and see if there's, oh yeah, there's a little bit of fringing there. We'll get rid of the fringing. Right, and there. Okay. Right, so get rid of the fringing there. Right, and then, well, let me check to make sure. Yep. Then we straighten out the image here. Okay, so we applied that now. Which kind of car was this? Sylvia, okay. Anyway, do that a little bit with the exposure. Okay, not too much contrast. And then highlights there. And some midtones here. Shadows. And that. And blacks, we can do that. Structure here. And yeah, we want to take down the haze. Oh, no, we want daylight white balance there. And add a little extra saturation. A little extra vibrance there. Alright, and then we'll do some dynamic contrast there. So in that way, enhance the details. Right, so do that. And add a tone enhancer here. A little extra detail now. Add a little more clarity there. And we can move on to the next image there. And right, so let's go to the next image and the next car. Yep, it's that blue car that was in the previous image. Here it is. And yeah, I don't know what kind of car that is, but it definitely is a white car. Alright, so we'll straighten that out. That, no. That, nope. That. Alright, so, yeah, there we go. Now it's straightened out. Right, there we go. So that's a little bit more straight. And now just do a little bit of the exposure, but we don't have to do too much. A little extra contrast. Turn down the highlights, the midtones, the shadows. Turn on those whites. Oh, we can't really do that, can we? So that's about, can't really do that. We'll do that there, and then I'll do that a little bit there. We want to add some details, so we'll add the structure, got the haze, daylight there, and a little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance, and now look at that. We haven't even done the dynamic contrast yet. There, there, and then we'll do a little extra detail here, a little extra clarity here. And before I set it off, I forgot to check one thing. Oh yeah, forgot to do this. Alright, so we do that. Alright, so now we can export it now that we're done that. And now we can look at the next card there. And the next card is this one. And yeah, now the card beside it there, even though I didn't get a picture of it, it's pretty visible here. That looks like a car that would probably be on a racetrack, doesn't it? Even though it might not have been it. When you look at it, that does kind of look like a car that would be on the racetrack, doesn't it? Anyway, here's this car here. It's what? I have no idea what that symbol is, but it is something. Alright, so let's see what we can do. This first. Not really anything we can do with it with the transform. Alright, so we'll just have to remember to do this each and every time. Yeah. Check for fringing. Oh, it might be a little bit, so we'll just yeah, okay. That. Get rid of that. Oh, not sure, but anyway, well, we don't really have to do too much with the exposure. Okay, a little bit with the contrast. And then a little bit with the highlights here. Midtones here. A little bit with the shadows. So we'll turn down those whites. And blacks there. Okay, so we'll add a little extra structure there. The haze there with the white balance. A little saturation there. A little vibrance there. Right, so now we have dynamic contrast there. And that. Okay, and like that, okay. Now we do the tone enhancement. Okay, like that. And that, okay. And yeah, there's now that car's finished, or that image is done. Okay, and now we move on to the next image. And all right, so now let me just check to make sure that everything is okay. All right. Okay, and here's another car here. What kind of car is that anyway? Okay, let's see what kind of... Okay, so it's a Quattro. Oh, yeah, it looks like an Audi. I don't know if it is an Audi or not, but that's clearly the Audi symbol. Um, so let's straighten out the car, or straighten out the image, I should say. And there. Uh, sure. Let's try to... There we go. I was wondering, why didn't it work? Alright, so there we go, and now we'll increase the exposure a little bit, not too much, because that's not going to do any good, so we'll do a little bit of contrast. And the highlights we turn down a bit. Do that with the midtones. Do that with the shadows. Yeah, want to turn down those whites a little bit, and yeah, we want to do that. Want to do a little bit like that, and then add a little structure here. And the haze. Now if I do it all the way, it's going to look like that, so we'll make it look like that, and then right here, saturation, add a little bit there, then I'm a contrast here, add a little bit there, like that, and the tone enhancer, add a little extra detail. Okay, and then add a little extra, not too much clarity, a little bit like that. Alright, so we'll export that and move on to the next one there. Alright, now, this one, okay. See what this one is. I don't know what kind of car this is exactly, but let it load up. Let me just check to see if there's any fringing around here. Okay, so let's see what we... That was right. Okay, yes, that worked. And, yeah, that worked. Okay. So, let me just see what kind of car, if there's an indication here. Oh, no indication there. Alright, so might help if I go to tone and color. Alright, so there's the... Okay, so we don't have to really increase... It could decrease the exposure a little bit because of... So... Contrast there? Okay, so... That with the highlights. Some midtones. Increase the shadows a bit. And... On those whites. The blacks, okay. And, structure here. Some haze removal like that. Right, and then I want a daylight like that. Right, and then saturation like that, and vibrance like that. Right, and then we do dynamic contrast here. That. And like that. And like that. And then we do a tone enhancer here. Just want that, a little extra detail. Now we don't have to go with the clarity all the way. And we'll export that. Then we'll move on to the next image here. Okay, and check to make sure that everything's okay. All right. Right, now here's another one, and oh, it's a purple car. So it's a purple car here. And as you can see, the reason why I got it at that angle is because, well, the trunk was open, the hood was open, so this is the best I could do with the angle here. Um, is that? Oh, looks like a skateboard or something, doesn't it? Holding the hood up. Let me just check to make sure that there's no fringing. Doesn't look like there's any, but yeah, doesn't look. Well, maybe there's a little bit of. Maybe there's a little bit over there. See if it does anything. Oh, yeah, it does. It does do a little infringing here. All right, and all right. So yeah, we don't really have to do too much with the exposure here. Very little contrast. We don't have to do too much. Then highlights like that, and then the midtones and the shadows. Whites we can turn down. Blacks like that. And the structure, definitely do like that. Turn on the haze. Okay, so there's the daylight. There's some saturation. There's some vibrance. Okay. Now the dynamic contrast, so we can add extra detail there. That. That, and like that. The tone enhancer here. A little extra detail, and okay, not too much clarity, like that's enough. Okay. So okay, so see if the purple car actually let's see if the purple car this one also exposed properly. So I'm checking. Yes, it did. Okay. Now we can go on to this car here. Okay, and now here the doors are open, as you can tell, and I think so is the trunk. And does that look like the infinity symbol? The symbol for the Infinity car brand. I don't know who owns uh, the Infinity car brand here. Um, anyway, so let's just check to make sure there's no fringing. Doesn't look, well, maybe a little bit. So okay, I'll get rid of fringing here. Okay, so there. Right. Well then, everybody, I'll be right back. Just gotta go to the washroom. Hey everybody, I'm back. Right, so now that we're done with the with the fringe removal, those purple and green lines, now we'll the rest of the editing on this image here. Okay, so we'll do a little bit of contrast there, some highlights there, midtones a little bit of the shadows. Definitely the whites are going to have to be turned down, and I want to do that. And we'll definitely want to structure. So that's the haze. Okay, we'll do that with the haze. No, not cloudy daylight. Alright, so we'll do a little bit of saturation, a little bit of vibrance, and some dynamic contrast there. Right, and then we do that. And that. We do that here. Alright, and now we do the detail on here, add a little extra there. This is what would see. This is what happens when you go all the way up. So that's why you just make it very subtle here, and add a little extra clarity, and we'll export that. Alright, so now we got that image taken care of, and move on to the booth. Okay, so this is the booth of all the people who, or of the people who own these cars, or the group of people who own these cars here. Um, let's check and see if there's, let me just check to make sure there's no chromatic aberration there or fringing. Let me just check. There is some, but I think I'll be able to remove it here. I don't think there's any dust spots here. This might be a problem. Let me just check. Otherwise, don't see anything there. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just move the fringing first. That. Okay, so here, this is one of the boots. In case you're wondering why, you see, this is why actually it's like that. That's just that was part of the table, so we'll do that, and then yeah, this is the best I could do with getting this thing with this booth here. So right, so we'll apply that. There we go, and now yeah, but here because it's people inside the booth inside really of these cars here, we're not going to do the extra dynamic contrast and detail and all that. We're just going to try and a little bit of contrast there. We're not going to do too much with the detail enhancement structure. Okay, so a little bit of the midtones, a little bit of the shadows. And then we do that. Yeah, okay, so we'll do that. And we do want it to be daylight. I don't really need too much saturation, so we'll just do it very subtly here. Right, and yeah, so that's all we need to do with this image. We don't have to do anything else with the image. So you see, when it's of people you don't like, I do know that like if you want to enhance portraits, for instance, if you send it to Nick Collection, there's a lot of other things you can do, whether high key or low key or some of the other filters that you see in Color Effects Pro. But yeah, you don't have to go haywire with it with all the images. And maybe if it's a portrait and you want to remove some of the blemishes, you can. But yeah, you don't have to, do heavy saturation or heavy vibrance or detail enhancement or anything like that when it's people, especially if it's people in a booth. All right, so here's the next car, and it looks like it's a BMW. From what I can already tell, might be a BMW because of yep, it is a BMW. So from that logo there, I could already tell it was a BMW without having to zoom in. But yeah, again, a lot of these cars, yeah, they look like they are so. Hold on, let me see. Okay, there we go. I was wondering how come it wasn't working. Anyway, a lot of these cars, they're so cool looking, and some of these vintage cars that we've already seen so far today, they look like they could be in Assetto Corsa or Forza games or any production car races or anything like that, just because of how they look. And these cars, yeah, they're really cool. I'm glad that I was able to, first of all, make it to Stanley Park. Second of all, find a parking spot so I could actually go to the classic car show. It would have been a shame if I wasn't able to find a parking spot and I had to go home and not be able to get all these pictures. Because yeah, this was such a cool thing to go to. Right, so we do contrast there, do highlights there, and midtones. A little bit with the shadows, not too much. That. Do that here. And yeah, a little bit there. Do some extra structure. Some haze removal there. And daylight. Do some saturation there. A little bit of vibrance. And the dynamic contrast. And then there, okay. Then we can do tone enhancer here. The details. Extra clarity there. Right, and now we'll export that. Oh, yeah. I was like, what's going on? Oh, yeah, I forgot I have to press export twice. Alright, okay, so let me just check to make sure that the images are saving. Okay. Yeah, because I'm a little, the reason why I sometimes check, or the reason why I'm checking a little more than I normally would is, it's pretty simple after that one, blank image somehow got exported. I have to make sure that, it's exporting properly. Alright, so, I don't know what kind of car is this? Scion, I think? I think it's a Scion. When you look at how a lot of these owners of these classic cars, like when you look at a lot of these classic cars, you can tell the owners, first of all, maintain them very well, and then second of all, the owners really keep them clean and really make sure that the bodies of the cars look really good. And there. Right, so now we'll apply that, and there. That looks a little more straight. Let's check to make sure there's no fringing here. Okay, so everything looks good there. Now we can do a little bit of the exposure, not too much. With the contrast. Okay, turn down the highlights a bit. A little bit with the midtones. A little bit with the shadows. Okay, those whites will have to be turned down. On the blacks a bit. Right, and then add some structure there. I want to turn down the haze, and you can see when you turn down the haze, it really makes those colors pop. Okay, we want it to be daylight. Okay, so we'll do a little extra saturation, not too much, since haze removal redid it for us, and a little bit of vibrance. We'll do some dynamic contrast there, right, and there, and there, right, and then tone enhancer, a little more detail out of it, and a little more clarity like that, and okay, there we go. I can export that. Alright, and now we, oh, this car is another car that, had its hood open, but but I got the picture of it, looks like we'll have to remove a couple of things from there as well, yeah, this is another one where the picture of it, or where I got a picture of it from the side. And the main reason why I did that, look at this. Look at the design on this, on the side of this car. I mean, that had to be taken from the side, or at least from this angle anyway. If you look at the trunk, wow. Like, whoever did the detailing on this, oh, I applaud them. Very good job with detailing. I mean, this looks really cool. Like, and even though the hood is open, as you can see, I was like, no, I want this picture, because, I mean, look at this. Look at the detail on the side here. I mean, wow. That is really awesome. That is really, really awesome. And so that's why, because I did mention at the beginning of stream today that most of the, or maybe most of the, or a little in the first hour, I think that there were a lot of cars with the hoods open, so I avoided taking pictures because it wouldn't have looked nice. This one I couldn't ignore, because when I saw that detailing, I mean, no, I had to get a picture of that. That that is just awesome detailing on the side there. Yeah, I think we'll just do a little fringe removal. Yep, that's a good idea. That and do that, but yeah, that was awesome. Such awesome detailing work there. Now I applaud whoever did the detailing on this thing. Right, so we'll do that. Do that. We'll do that with the highlights, with the midtones. Not too much with the shadows. The whites definitely will have to do that, and then the blacks, well, okay, we'll do a little bit there. Okay, and then it's daylight, and then we'll do a little bit of saturation, a little bit of vibrance, and then, oh, we forgot structure and haze. Okay, and then we do that, right, and that. Let's go. Oh, okay, that'll work. So now we'll add a little extra dynamic contrast, so in that way, we get the extra details. Okay, we do this one to get the details and a little extra clarity, right? And yeah, that'll look nice. Okay, so we'll export that. Okay, and after that blank image, I just have to make sure that that it saved properly. Okay, and here's another car. As you can see, it's a bright. What is that? A bright blue, or I think it's a bright blue. I don't know if it's a bright blue or a bright green, but yeah, this is well, I don't know what you would call it. Maybe a mini truck. I don't know, but yeah, it's a bright blue from what I can tell, but it could be a bright green. Um, but anyway, let's just Let's get rid of that fringing. Definitely want to get rid of the fringing there. And that fringing there. Alright. But yeah, this is also a pretty cool car because I think it's a mini truck, but it's hard to tell. But if you think about it, it kind of also looks like some of those Lego cars that you get to build when you buy some of those sets. It's although you probably wouldn't see them in this color, but still pretty interesting to look at and pretty cool to look at here. Yes, we do that and that with the contrast. Okay, and then we do that with the highlights. Do that with the midtones. Okay, the shadows like that, and then we do that with the whites. Blacks we turn down a little bit. Got some structure here. And we turn on the haze. That's, well, might be a bright blue-green mix, you never know. And then we do daylight here. A little extra saturation. A little extra vibrance. And we add that. Do that and that here. Right, and then oh yeah, the tone enhancer. We want the tone enhancer just so we can add a little extra detail, a little extra clarity, not too much. And now we can export that one. You know, actually, when I was when I had mentioned in Discord about how I went to this classic car show, there were a lot of people who said that, hey, post your favorite pictures and all that, but it's so hard to, or post the pictures of your favorite cars. It's so hard to pick a favorite, one favorite, even two favorites, or even three favorites, um, just because there's so many good, cool cars in here that, yeah, I mean, it is hard to pick just one. There's just so many cool cars that are in here, right? And, okay, so we'll do that, with the crop, right? And now we'll just check to make sure there's no fringing here. So in that way, I mean, like, that GT racer. You know what? I'm sure there's some new people in here who I'm sure there's some people who missed when I edited the GT racer. But here it is. Like this is a really cool car. This, I mean, you see this in the Le Mans series. This type of a car being raced around. It was so cool to see it. In fact, when had gotten to the car show, there was a huge crowd in front of it, so I had to kind of wait until I was able to, or until the crowd kind of dissipated a little bit, so I could go in there and take some pictures or take a picture of it. And yeah, this was so cool to see this GT racer here. Yeah, like you only see it on TV when they do the highlights of the Le Mans races. So to see it in person, that was so great. But this is a favorite of mine. Uh, these two with this car and the stitching, that is a favorite. This is a cool one. That green one I just showed you is a cool one. And there's just so many cool ones that's a cool one. Yeah, that's the one I was just talking about. That's a cool one. I mean, there's just so many cool ones that it is just so hard to just pick one. Right, so, oh, okay. What do we do? Okay, so it's that one that's next, okay. Yeah, because we already did a few adjustments already on it. Yeah, it's so hard to pick a single favorite of mine. Because there were just so many cool cars at that at that car show that I can't pick one as a favorite there. There's something that I got to take out. That might not work. Okay, never mind. I thought maybe I could take it out, but it won't work. I already know it's gonna be not gonna work. So anyway, now we move on to this image. We've already straightened it out. Okay, and now we have to wait for that to load. Okay, there we go. And now we don't have to do too much with the exposure here. There's the contrast. Okay, we do that with the highlights. Okay, there's the midtones. There's the shadows. Turn down the whites a little bit, and then turn down the blacks a little bit. And now we do a little bit with the structure. On the haze. And then we do white balances daylight. And that for the saturation, that for the vibrance. Okay, so there's the dynamic contrast. And we do that. We do that for there. Okay, so that adds extra detail there. Then we do the tone enhancer here. That. And we'll do that with the clarity. And okay, so now we can move on to the next image. I believe the next image, from what I saw, was a booth. Okay, so now we go into the booth here. Oh, no, next image is another purple car here, with the hood removed and some tires on the side there. Alright, the tires were already there, so, yeah. Okay, so we'll just, that. Straighten it out, like that, nope. Yeah, okay, we'll apply there. We'll apply to that, I should say. Now we do the exposure a little bit like that. A little contrast there. And highlights like that. And then the midtones. Okay, yeah, we don't want to go too high with the shadows. Okay, so okay. Oh, that's not gonna work. Okay, so that with the whites, and then blacks, we do that. Structure here. Okay, we turn down the hit. Oh, not too much there. Just a little bit. And then we'll do the light here. A little bit of saturation here. A little bit of vibrance here. Oh, no, we don't want levels. Yeah, that's not going to help us out. Okay, so there's the dynamic contrast. Now we do that. And that. And that. We do that. Okay, so now we add a little extra detail. Extra clarity. And now we can go to the next image. Okay, so now we can go to the next image, and this is the one with another booth, and I believe these guys were doing some sort of a giveaway. Because that's what I overheard. Like one of them was on the microphone and mentioned some kind of a giveaway. Yeah, I just yeah, I didn't enter or anything like that. I just heard about them doing a giveaway. Okay, so we'll want to do some purple fringe. We'll want to remove the fringing here. Okay. Alright, so we'll do that. And yeah, that's straight. But again, we don't have to do any of the other things. We don't have to do too much of the other things. Yeah, okay, we'll turn down the exposure just a bit. Little contrast there, not too much. Uh, I'll have to do, yeah, we'll have to do that with the highlights, that with the midtones, that with the shadows, do that with the whites, that with the blacks, and then we'll do a little bit of haze removal. Maybe a little structure, not too much. Want to do daylight? Yeah, definitely a little saturation, not too much. A little bit of vibrance, not too much. Okay, I think yeah, that's all we need to do here. Then we'll export. All right, so now okay, here's another car. Oh, what kind is that? We'll have to wait until it loads. Um, okay, what kind is that? That is a Porsche. It looks like it's the Porsche logo. Oh no, it says Mustang actually. It says Mustang? Maybe? Maybe this is a Mustang. But anyway, you can see this person decided to use those car shades. You know, the cardboard thing that you put on the windshield from the inside to help protect the dashboard so it doesn't get too hot when you touch it. Let's make sure that it looks right. Okay, there we go. Let me just check to make sure there's no fringing here. As you can tell, this is another one of those wide cars that were at the car show. It's really amazing how all these cars are different widths and different lengths, and some are high up and some are very low. It's it's very amazing how the cars can be like that. I mentioned that I mentioned that earlier in the stream where I fixed one, and yeah, it's interesting trying to then like going from a high car and then trying to get into a lower car. It's like, whoa, yeah, this is a little lower. And then also trying to take the pictures of like you have these cars that are pretty high, and then also you see a low car. It's like, ooh, and trying to get the angle right so that way you get the picture the way you want it to. So we'll do that with the midtones here, that with the shadows here. No, I do that. No. Oh, that with the whites. Yeah, there, that'll, you know what? No. Do that. We want to do that, yeah. So we'll do that then with the blacks, okay? We'll add some extra structure here. Like for the haze a little bit. And daylight there. And we want to do some saturation, some vibrance. And then add some dynamic contrast here. So we get the extra detail out of it. That. And that. And then, yeah, we'll do that. And then we'll, the tone enhancer here. Add extra detail. 30. No, we don't want to go all the way. Go right up to there. And now we have all the clarity. Okay, and so we'll do we'll do that, and we'll now export that, and now we can move to the next image. right? And now there's the screen car here, and that I wonder what that logo is. I'll have to see. This is a Porsche. Yeah, okay, so the other one was a Porsche as well. So both were Porsches. Okay, so yeah, so there were some Porsche cars there as well, as you'd see. Okay, so we'll apply that. Just check to make sure that it was right. There, that's more like it. And now we'll, oh wait, maybe I should check to see if there's any fringing, right? Um, okay, so there's no fringing there. Okay, so we increase the exposure just a bit, a little bit of contrast there. Now there's the highlights there, bit of the midtones. Okay, we don't need to increase the shadows too much. We want to decrease the whites there. And we want to, that's the blacks. Some extra structure here. And the haze. Okay. That with the white balance, and then add some extra saturation. Some vibrance there. And now add some dynamic contrast so we can get even more details out of it. Right, and oh. Now we add the filter for the tone enhancer. Add a little extra for the detail, a little extra clarity out of it. All right, and there. Now we're done with that one. And now we export that. Right, so now we go to the next one, and okay, here's another convertible here. I don't know what, yeah, I don't know what kind of car this is. This might be like an Austin Healey as well. Yeah, it's an Austin Healey 7000, as it turns out. So yeah, another Bond style car. Yeah, so another really cool car there. Okay, so I don't think there's any fringing, but I'll just double check. There isn't any. But yeah, this yeah, another cool car that you would only see on TV if you don't go to a classic car show. Excuse me, if you don't go to a classic car show. Um, yeah, another car that you'll only see on TV. So yeah, it was so another really cool car to see over there. So we'll do that with the whites. Add, yes, we'll just do that. Want to add some structure there. Okay, oh, I selected haze, but there it is. Okay, now that I've selected it, and now daylight white balance, and then saturation, vibrance there. Right, and now we some more dynamic contrast to add extra to just get extra detail out of it. We don't have to go haywire with it, of course, but enough so we actually get a little extra detail, and then the tone enhancer, extra detail there, add a little extra clarity there, and we can now move on to the next one. But yeah, yeah, I remember Noel mentioned that yeah, these are basically Bond cars. These Austin Healey's. Uh, Although now I don't, you know, I haven't watched any newer James Bond films, but yeah, I wonder what kind of car he drives now. Oh, well, what do you know? There was an Austin Healey sign. This I can see the Austin Healey, um, or the Austin Healey logo or plate or whatever you want to call it on the front there. Um, yeah, okay, so okay, and let's just check to make sure there's no fringing before I continue here. All right, so we'll do is we'll increase the exposure and increase or just bring a bit of contrast. Turn on the highlights a bit, the midtones, now the shadows. You know, doesn't this kind of, if you look at the way this angle is, doesn't it kind of look like the car is smiling with the way the grill and just from the angle, if you look at the way the headlights and the grill is, doesn't it look like the car is smiling? That is just an interesting fact, isn't it? Okay, so we'll turn on those whites there and a little bit with the blacks, then add in some extra structure. Turn on the haze and some daylight there. A little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance. Oh, no, we don't want levels. That's not how we're going to get those filters. Add some dynamic contrast to add extra detail. Okay. And then tone enhancer. And we'll do that with the detail. No, we don't want too much clarity, but alright, so we'll do that. Okay, so now we're done with that one, but yeah, that's just a really interesting thing. You know, it kind of reminds me of a cartoon, because if you think about it in the cartoon, sometimes they have the car smiling like that. Yeah, so it's kind of funny like that. And yeah, I took a picture of the Austin Healey sign, as you can see. We don't really have to do too much to that. We'll have to wait until it loads, I guess. Yeah, that will. I don't need too much contrast. Oh, that, that, a little bit there. This one, that, and maybe a little structure. Turn down the haze a bit. Let's be daylight. Okay, yeah, so we can just export that now. But yeah, I know in some of the cartoons of these old cartoons, if they had a car and it was like that Austin Healey, they would basically have the car smiling like that, as if the car itself uh, was um was alive itself. Uh, that's that's something that I remember about all those cartoons. All right, so here's another car. I don't know what kind this is. I don't know what kind this is. Oh, it's a Porsche. Okay, I can tell, even though, yeah, you can see, even though the glare off the hood was like that, and I could tell it was a Porsche. Okay, so, and this is another low Porsche. Um, right, so what we do is that, and not too much exposure, not too much contrast. We can't really do much with the highlights. The midtones, yeah, the shadows are what is needed. We'll do that. Okay, we'll add some extra structure there. Turn down the haze. And daylight, okay, and then a little extra saturation, extra vibrance. We do the dynamic contrast here. And then that. Oh. Sometimes it's easy because of how close everything is together to actually click the wrong thing. And it's like, yeah, I didn't want that. Anyway, we'll do, and so now we'll do that. Alright, so we'll export that. Alright, so now we'll go to the next image here. Okay, here's another car. Is that a... Not sure if that's a BMW or not. We'll have to wait and... Okay, there we go, and... Oh, an MG. I don't know what that MG stands for. Anyway, oh, straighten out the... Let's straighten out the image. Okay, there we go. So, now straight. Hold on, let me just check to make sure that there's no fringing. Not sure. I don't know if that's really fringing or I don't think that is. I don't see any fringing there, so okay, we'll go with we don't really have to do too much. I don't really have to do anything with the exposure here. It's pretty well exposed. So add a little contrast there and do that with the highlights. There's the midtones. And the shadows, actually, we'll have to turn it down a little bit. Okay, we'll do that with the whites and do that with the blacks. Okay, and, add a little extra structure here. Okay, a little haze removal. That with the white balance. And do a little extra saturation. A little extra vibrance, and then dynamic contrast here. Okay, do that. That there. That there. Do the tone enhancer with the detail. Okay, like that. And like that. Alright, so, export that. Alright, so, next up we go to this image here. Alright, and now, I don't know which brand this is, but anyway, let's just, wonder if I'll have to use DxO Photo Lab or not. Let me just check. It doesn't look like I will. Doesn't look like the fringing is too bad. Let's check to make sure that there's... Okay, and... Hold on. Let's check something here before I... Okay, well, it doesn't look like I'll have to worry too much there. I don't think so. Anyway, I didn't see any fringing here. It doesn't look like there's any. Well, it's an MG car, whatever MG stands for. I didn't see any fringing though. Let me just zoom in a little more before I continue on. There's no fringing from what I can tell. Yeah, there's definitely no fringing or chromatic aberration there. Alright, so this will increase the exposure a little bit with the contrast. There's the highlights, midtones. Okay, there's the shadows. Turn down the whites a little bit, and then turn down those blacks a little bit, and then a little structured there. Okay, get rid of some of the haze. Excuse me. Okay, there's the daylight. And then a little saturation, some vibrance. And we have the dynamic contrast here. That. Okay, and then there. There, to add some extra detail there. Then... Oh, I thought I added the tone enhancer. Okay. So anyway, there's detail there a little more clarity. And alright, so we'll move on to the next image. Let's make sure everything is okay. All right. All right, so go to the next one, and the screen card here. All right, so oh, it looks like a Jaguar. All right, so this is a Jaguar here. Yeah, it looks like definitely doesn't look like a. Oh, it doesn't look like what cars look like now. Um, so there. All right, so we straightened it out. Let's just check to make sure there's no chromatic aberration here. All right. All right, so there's no chromatic aberration there. Oh, yeah, so we can don't really have to do too much with the exposure. Not too much with the yeah, a little bit with the highlights. A little bit with the midtones. Yeah, not much with the shadows. On those whites a little bit. Okay, and do that. And we do the structure here. And then turn down the haze a little bit. Daylight there. Add a little extra saturation, a little extra vibrance. And then we do some dynamic contrast here. And like that. That and like that. Then we add the tone enhancer. Add a little extra detail here. And add a little extra clarity here. Okay, we export. And now we can move on to the next image there. Alright, so now we can let me just check to make sure okay. Yeah, I know it's been I just had to check to make sure that it wasn't that my photography logo wasn't still showing up because yeah, I came back and all that, and it's like I do remember doing it, but or I do remember putting it back onto the the part where all of you can see me editing the photos, but I just realized that I better check that. Anyway, but yeah, everything is good. All right, so next up is this one here, and this one has this one is real. Oh, this looks like a cool car. As you can see, the trunk is open, so I'm guessing the motor is over there. Yeah, that's where the motor is. I think some of these older car, and here's the hood, so the motor might have been in the trunk, I guess? Not sure. I would think the motor would be here, and what kind is that? It's a, not sure if that's a, I think that's a Porsche. Anyway, let me just check to make sure there's no chromatic aberration here. Don't see any here. I don't see any chromatic aberration there, so that will get to editing the photo, and it looks straight. Okay, so we'll do that and that. Okay, we'll do that with the highlights. Okay, we'll do a little bit with the midtones, a little bit with the shadows. Can't really do much with the whites there. Okay, so the blacks will do that. I'll add a little extra structure. Like that. Turn on the haze a little bit. Daylight there. And a little extra saturation. A little extra vibrance. And then be doing the dynamic contrast here. Be doing that. And like that. And we add a tone enhancer here. And some detail here. And some clarity. A little more. Yeah, that'll work. So we'll export it. Okay, so we'll export that image. Right, so now we'll go to the next image, which is this one. And this one, I believe, is the main, was where the main people for the classic car show were based over there in this tent, this red tent here. And in case you're wondering who that guy is, now I did also mention this to some people, but actually at the classic car show, there was a solar car, and it was built by some University of Calgary science students, I think, or in one of the sciences. And what they did was they raced that solar car to like in a solar car race somewhere, and it was like the movie Race the Sun. So yeah, they were in a solar car race. I don't know. They I think they struggled and they placed on the podium. Maybe they wanted. I can't remember exactly if they wanted or if they placed on the podium. But yeah, um, yeah. So these are. So this was the main tent for the classic car show. Which is interesting because some of the other tents were actually bigger compared to this one. But anyway, yeah. And so when I took this picture, the spokesperson for the solar car racing team was talking there. Uh, yeah, I can't tell if there's really any fringing here, um, because this is already pretty red. I guess. Let me just see what happens. Oh, okay. I guess so. Right, so we'll just get rid of the fringing then. And yeah, but again, because this is just some people and a tent and all that, we don't have to do all those other edits there um to add detail or anything like that. We just have to like do maybe a little bit with exposure, a little bit with contrast, a little bit with the or something with the highlights, a little bit with the midtones. Actually, yeah, a little bit with the shadows, I guess, or that. Okay, so we turn down the whites there. Ooh. And also the blacks like that. Maybe a little bit of structure, not too much, and then I guess we can do the haze removal. We can do daylight there. Don't really have to do too much with the saturation and the vibrance. Right, so we'll export that. And we'll export that. And with that image, yeah, I don't think I'll be able to. I think I'll end it here. Yeah, I knew I wouldn't be able to get through all of the images today. Yeah, it's a lot of images that there was like over 100 images, but got through 85 images. That's not too bad. That's definitely not too bad. That's a that's a good amount for uh, one day, especially almost 6 hours. Yeah, so yeah, and I knew I wouldn't get through all of them because when it's like over 100 images, yeah, it's a lot. And even when I'm editing offline and it's not on stream, if it's over 100 images, we're talking about at least 2, sometimes 3 or 4 days of work. So yeah, I knew I wouldn't be able to get through all the images today. So I'll edit the rest of the images offline, and then when I post them, you'll see them on my social media, and that includes Discord. So yeah, yeah, we definitely got through a lot today. So let me just close up the software here. I'll close that up. Right. Before I find somebody to raid, I'd like to share some links with you here. Okay, so this link here is my campsite.bio link. That has the link to my writing website, photography website, and my social media pages. If you want to follow me on my social media, if you just click that link, find the social media that you want to follow me on, and you just do that. Speaking of my writing website, here's the link to that. you can go there to check out my books, and if you're interested, buy them. What you do is after you click that link in the navigation bar, you click books written, and then all of the books that have been published so far are on there, and there's buttons there that'll take you to the sites that you want to see them on if you're interested in buying them. Here's my photography websites. Um, Hold on. Let me just have some water before I talk about them. Okay, so these are my photography websites. The first one is about my business here in Calgary. You can click on that and see my portfolio. Uh, of course, these images here and the images I took yesterday won't be up there. It's going to be a while before they are because, of course, they still have to be edited. But you can check out whatever's in my portfolio. You can check out the information about my business, and you can check out all that stuff on that link. The second link is about where you can buy prints and digital downloads of my photos. Do is you click the Pixie Set link. You scroll down, you click or tap on non-client photos, and then a gallery of images will show up. And if you're interested in buying any prints or digital downloads of photos on there, you can select the images that you want. If you're interested in supporting my photography, here's the link to my Patreon page. On there, there's three tiers where you can become a patron of the page on. The first tier is the first tier is photos that I haven't shared on any of my other social media. The second one is early access to the digital downloads of my pictures before I put them on the PixieSet website, and also exclusive coupons to the PixieSet website. And the third tier, once I figured it out, it would be the early access to the VODs of of my my live streams. What I do is after the 24 hours, I post them onto YouTube. So this would be once I figured out early access to that before I put them up onto you before I make them public on YouTube. Uh, Another way you can support my photography is through this Buy Me a Coffee link here. Um, you can leave a donation on that page. When you click on it, I believe it's on the right hand side. So if you're supporting my photography that way, you can leave a donation for whatever amount you want. I believe there's also two membership tiers on there. There is no digital download early access because the digital downloads on there don't work the way I want them to. So it's the first tier is the photos not shared on my other social media and the coupons to the PixieSet website, and then the second tier, once I figured out, would be early access to my live stream videos in case you missed me live. And also, here's my subscribe star link. It's another way you can support my photography. It's basically just like the Patreon. The tiers are basically like the Patreon page, just that the early access digital downloads are smaller than what's available on Patreon. And finally, here's my wish list. You did see a few times Nightbot posted throughout the stream, but here it is again. But anyway, here it is again. You can, like, if you're interested in seeing what's on there, you click that link and you can see all the stuff that I have on my wish list. You're not obligated to buy me anything, but if you do want to buy me something, click that link. You can see what's on there, and then if you want to buy me anything, you you can choose something on there. And if you happen to buy me something and it's during stream, an alert will play. There's a sound alert, and I believe it's a generic Throne Gifts alert, uh, or a generic Throne. No, it's a sound alert, a custom sound alert that I have. Then there's a generic Throne Gifts picture alert that'll show up. So yeah, that's all you need to know. And yeah, those are all the links I like to share. So now let me find somebody to raid. So let me just find somebody to raid here. Oi. Wait, is he upstairs or is he here? Okay, I'm just looking for somebody to raid here, so just bear with me. So just bear with me. I'm just looking for somebody to raid here. I can hear the water. It's a little, yeah, it's surprising that I'm having a little difficulty finding somebody to raid here. I thought Sunday evening it would be a little easier, but yeah, it's a little tough to find somebody to raid. Let's see. Um, right, yeah, it's going to be a little tougher than I thought to find somebody to raid, which is very surprising. Sunday evening. Usually, um, let's see, um, uh, see, hold on. This is probably going to be a challenge. A challenge than I thought it would be. um, hey, I think I might have found somebody to raid. Just check. Uh, let's see here. Okay, okay, I did find somebody to raid. His username is Dead7. He's been in the stream a few times before. Yeah, I think he was under his viewer Twitch name, his viewer Twitch account. Whenever he's coming to my stream, so yeah, we'll get this raid set up, and then we'll get the stream, or we'll get this raid set up, and then I'll and then I'll wrap it up before we do the raid. Alright, so, yeah, I did, I just have to make sure I spelled the username correctly, so, I just checked to make sure I spelled the username correctly before we... Okay, so we did spell the username correctly, so, quickly. So now we'll wrap this up before we do the raid thing again. Everybody for coming in today. Thank you for chatting with me. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for watching. Thank you for showing your interest in the photo editing stream and the process that goes on behind the scenes after we photographers take our photos. Hopefully, everybody learned something as they were watching me edit the photos, and hopefully everybody was was able to enjoy seeing the magic happen. So my next stream is gonna be should be tomorrow night. You know what that means? Monday night is retro night. Yeah, if I hadn't been able to do the photo editing stream today, it would have been tomorrow. And the retro night would have been moved to Wednesday, but schedule should end up staying intact. Yeah, so tomorrow is so you know Monday night is retro night. But because I was able to do the photo editing stream today, you know, Retro Night is on it in its usual Monday night slot. The start time will be between 7:30 and 9 o'clock p.m. Mountain Time. You know, I was so busy preparing for this photo editing stream. I completely and so busy worrying about going to that street hockey tournament yesterday. I didn't actually think about what game I'm gonna play for Retro Night tomorrow. So yeah, it's not just gonna be a surprise for you. It's gonna be a surprise for me. I'll have to figure out what to play tomorrow night for Retro Night. But regardless of what game I decide on, hopefully I'm able to see you all there. So now let me make this raid official. Whoa. Let me just first cancel the raid because I forgot. I just cancel the raid. Okay, because I forgot a few things. Thank you to SWE Core for the raid. Thank you to and also SWE Core for the follow. And thank you to Mr. Chan for the host. I really appreciate it. Yeah, as I mentioned, my next stream is going to be tomorrow night. Start time between 7:30 and 9 o'clock p.m. Mountain Time. You know what Monday night is? It's Retro Night. So the game will be a surprise to all of us, including myself. So hopefully, we'll be able to see you all there. Now, let me make this raid official. Alright, so it looks like we have everybody in here, so quickly wrap this up before we do the raid. Thank you again, everybody, for coming in today. I really appreciate it. Thank you for chatting with me. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for watching. Thank you for coming by to see the magic happen behind all the photos that I took. Hopefully you all learned something and that you enjoyed it. As I mentioned, next stream is going to be tomorrow night. You know, Monday night is Retro Night. Start time between 7:30 and 9 o'clock p.m. Mountain Time. The game will be to be determined. I never really thought about what to play tomorrow because I didn't even know when the photo editing stream was going to happen, if it was going to be today or tomorrow. Yeah, it'll be a surprise to all of us. But anyway, whatever game I decide to play, hopefully I'll be able to see you all there. So let's say hi to Dead7.